piacere. Certo, 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 con molto piacere. Con molto piacere. Ok, perfetto. Hai visto che già... Che tropanin? Ma da parte di mamma? Del tuo papà? Ah, ok. Va bene. Arturo lo conoscevi? Il direttore dell'ufficio a Roma? Sì, Arturo lo conoscevo. Ah sì, certo, certo, all'epoca, certo. Certo, certo. Stavo parlando male di te, Arturo.
Ah, on ne se connaît pas. Non, Nadia Chimiel, oui. Ah, enchantée.
E dov'è? Iniziamo. Quindi io dico due parole, poi lascio a te il tuo saluto e poi a Caterina per la moderazione. Ok, intanto proprio un saluto di... Non so, Caterina dov'è? Così possiamo... No, Armando non l'ho visto. No. Nei giorni scorsi. No, ce l'abbiamo anche noi il cellulare, credo che l'abbia. Caterina, cosa... Ok. Good afternoon. Welcome everybody. I'm very glad to open today's workshop on behalf of ISPI. I'm sorry for all our guests coming from the Maghreb region that we couldn't welcome you in a sunny day in Milan. So next time we are going to organize it in May. So hopefully it will be much better weather. I'm very glad, as I said, to open today's workshop on the Maghreb region. Of course, as we all know, everything is happening in this period in this region and beyond. This workshop is included in the context of the project, which is funded by the Policy Planning Unit of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The name of the project is Italy, Europe, Africa, Priorities and Convergences to Relaunch the Partnership. At the end of this workshop, also thanks to the results of today's workshop, we will produce for the Minister of Foreign Affairs a policy paper which will be edited by our Caterina Ruggero, who will be also the moderator of the first session. So without further ado, now I leave the floor to the newly appointed, actually, Director of the Policy Planning Unit of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pietro De Martino. This is Pietro told me that this is his first mission, since he took office in Rome. So thank you very much, Pietro. And of course, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonio. It is indeed a very distinguished honor to begin here my engagement as head of the Policy Planning Unit. I would like to, of course, thank ISPI in the first place, in particular Vice President Antonio Villafranca, the Head of Communication and Publishing Nicola Missaglia, and the Senior Research Fellow Caterina Ruggero for inviting me to this midterm workshop as part of a wider project financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation titled Italy, Europe, Africa, Priorities and Meeting Points to Revamp the Partnership. As I said, I'm very pleased to be here as my first engagement in my new capacity, and I take on very challenging task, filling the shoes of my illustrious predecessors, some of which will contribute to today's discussions, and I couldn't have hoped for a better start than an event organized by ISPI. ISPI is a very well-known and established think tank and a landmark in the field of international affairs, not only in Italy but also abroad. delivering powerful insights and creating platforms for discussion like this one with different experts from the academia. We greatly appreciate its ability to address not only the major issues of current geopolitics, but also capturing its nuances and shedding light on less highlighted topics in collaboration with international think tanks and experts, but also Italian institutions. Indeed, the cooperation between the Ministry and ISPI in general, but in particular with my unit, with the policy planning unit, is very well grounded, and we constantly work with ISPI's various teams and programs on many different topics. Among these subjects, a special focus is on the MENA region, not only because we organize the Mediterranean dialogues together, and we are already in the process of planning its 12th edition, but also because such area has always been a cornerstone of Italian foreign policy in terms of stability, security, and prosperity. The topic of today's workshop could not be timelier. In order to make a partnership effective, joint cooperation is the answer to common issues. Such approach is shared also by the European Union, which has more recently reaffirmed its commitment in the region and in the continent, not only through the summit with the African Union in Luanda, but most importantly through the Pact for the Mediterranean. The former, symbolically presented on the 30th anniversary of the signature of the Barcelona Declaration, shows the ambition to open a new chapter of collective engagement, setting an ambitious but not idealistic framework for the years ahead. This initiative joins other presented in recent years, with the Global Gateway as the most known of them, which are directed towards the MENA region and beyond, and demonstrates the willingness to participate in the region in a more proactive way. This combines also with national initiatives, with which is essential to provide an adequate coordination to take advantage of the economies of scale and to avoid the waste of both public and private resources. Italy is doing its part with the Mattei Plan, which has set a new approach in terms of relations between the two shores of the Mediterranean. Africa is undergoing major changes. It is facing new challenges, and it is characterized by instability on different levels. Political instability, economic uncertainty, migration issues, territorial disputes are just few of the many issues affecting the Maghreb. Moreover, the privileged relations between European states and the Maghreb are being challenged by the growing presence of non-European actors, from Russia to China and the Gulf, which are becoming not only more active, but also more attractive in the region. I have directly witnessed this proactive approach also during my previous capacity within the multilateral environment at the UN. Their presence is all-encompassing and multi-level, spanning from trade and energy to military cooperation, and their ties are currently increasing and intertwining. An important part in their attractiveness is played by disinformation and misinformation, which have the capacity to spread rapidly between countries and among people. Some countries have developed targeted strategies for each nation in Africa to disrupt the achievements made, especially by former colonies, in terms of mutual trust. However, this hides the real objective of these strategies: the creation of new spheres of influence, the exploitation of natural resources, and the perpetration of instability. If the EU and Italy itself wants to reaffirm its commitment and presence in the region, it is then imperative to take into account all the factors which are reshaping the region, but most importantly, to work together as a team to overcome common threats and shared issues. This is not an easy task, but I believe that platforms as this one are the perfect opportunity to discuss and dissect the situation in the Maghreb and to present possible strategies and initiatives. Research, dissemination, and concrete proposals are the perfect antidotes to easy answers and promises that are hard to keep. I am sure that this workshop will provide original ideas, and I'm looking forward to hearing your perspectives and reading the results in the final policy paper. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all a very successful workshop.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, Pietro. So, as you know, today's workshop, the format is quite straightforward. It's structured around two sessions. One is moderated by Caterina. The first one is on crisis and conflicts in the Maghreb, navigating the space for external interference. And then there will be a second session, which is specifically focused on Russia and China's influence in the Maghreb. So, of course, there is room for interaction, Q&A with our speakers for each session. Please, Caterina.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I'm very happy to introduce this workshop, closed-door workshop. The doors are closed, but if you need to go to the toilet, you can go. And welcome here in ISPI. I know that our distinguished guests are traveled a lot to come here, so I'm very pleased to have them here. I hope that this seminar, this workshop will be very productive, and I think so because you are many and you are all experts of the region. As you know, we have organized this workshop as a part of a project founded by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and the aim of the project is to publish a policy paper that I'm writing. At the basis of this policy paper, there is a question, a crucial question, a key question. How can Europe relaunch its relationship with the Maghreb? How can Europe relaunch its role in this region? And this is a key issue that hides two issues in itself. The first one is that European Union has to now to relaunch its relation with the region, relaunch the relation itself. So there is all this movement, let's say, this revitalization of the Euro-Mediterranean partnership that is going on in this period. You know that the European Commission has launched the new Pact for the Mediterranean. Why? Because this partnership, this Euro-Mediterranean partnership, has stalled during 30 years. Is not here in this moment, in these years, is still not completely full established, okay? It's not, there is this common space of prosperity, stability, development that would be the Mediterranean space. It is not established as in this way, as a common space of prosperity, peace, development. And the second issue is how Europe can relaunch this relationship in the face of the threat of these non-European actors that are growing their influence in the region, in this region. So today we are talking about this second issue, of course, but the first one is underlined of the second issue. Why? Because the fact that this relationship, this Euro-Mediterranean relationship, doesn't works in a manner, yes, of course, but is never fully realized. This fact is a cause of the attractiveness of other partners for the region. This sort of lack of confidence between the two shores of the Mediterranean is a problem for Europe and for the competitive actors, non-European actors that want to be established in the region as a protagonist, as new partner for the region. So the two major non-European powers, as we know, are Russia and China, of course, but they are not so new. They are quite old partner for the region. But we entitled the second part of this workshop, where we are talking about this hidden players. They are not so hidden, yes, of course, because they are in the region since decades. But they are hidden, much more hidden than Europe. Europe has this project, of course, this Euro-Mediterranean project, and has produced many statements and project and plan and rhetoric maybe about a union, a partnership, a relation between two equal partners of the two shores. China and Russia are engaged in a relation based on strategic interest, but not so clear, not so manifested as shown as the European ones. So in this sense, they are hidden players. The other question is that in the situation of instability for the region, a situation of instability, a stable instability, we untitled a dossier and made dossier last year, a stable instability in North Africa. Why stable instability? This instability is linked to the period, these 15 years after Arab Springs. It's an instability that now is a stable instability, so a situation of conflict, crisis, unresolved situation issues such as Western Sahara that is not linked to the Arab Springs, of course, but is still unresolved as a question. But after Arab Springs, we have all this stalled democratic transition. They are not achieved their democratic status, these countries, and then unresolved territorial disputes, of course, Western Sahara, that is still there, and Libya, the division, the partition of Libya, the chaos in Libya, that is, again, very stable. It's not so unstable. And then economic fragility and so on. In this situation, in this framework, in this context of unresolved crisis, of conflict and crisis, additional players are growing their importance and their influence in the region. They entered the scene. Turkey, the Gulf monarchies have become significant political, financial, and security stakeholders for the region. And they insert themselves in this situation of division. Precisely because the Euro-Mediterranean partnership process has been very difficult, ups and downs during 30 years, in my opinion, these other non-European actors have been able to affirm their influence and their interest in the Maghreb. Today, however, as I said, we don't speak about and we talk about Europe. We don't talk about Europe, but we talk about Maghreb. And we talk about, we are going to listen to the Maghreb voices. So the point of view of Maghreb states, not Maghreb states, but Maghreb vision from experts from the area, and this is very important. We are going not to listen to statements from states, Maghreb states, but we are going to listen to Maghreb experts' opinions and analysis. They are very high-level experts, all of them. And so we therefore want to hear their voices, and the question is for them, the first question, the first issue I put on the table is, do you believe that these non-European actors are actually a threat to the solidity and historicity of EU-Maghreb relation? I think that maybe this perception of threat is just Europeans one. It's not the Maghreb one. And as scholars of the region, and here I'm talking to you, all of you on the table, are we perhaps maybe so exaggerating this danger of the presence of Russia, China, Turkey, and so on in the region? The second issue I would like to raise is more linked to the question of the first session, and this is the navigating the crisis and conflicts in the region. And so what role do all these actors, external actors, and here I include also Europe and United States, in what role they, and to what extent they play a role in the lack of resolution of these conflicts and this crisis? How and to what extent, again, these big external powers, medium powers, are taking advantage of this situation? And on the other side, to what extent do the various Maghreb countries or their internal division are taking advantage at their turn of this situation of division? So we will discuss this in this first session, which will be organized as follows. The three speakers will give us a kickoff speech, 8-10 minutes of kickoff speech, and then we will have the discussant, Ambassador Ferrara, who will make a first comment, and then we will open the discussion to the table. So we can start. I would like to remind you that we are, yes, I said that before, behind closed doors, and they are open, of course, but this is very important. We have Chatham House rules that we follow today, so we can feel free to speak openly in a very candid way, without any frames, very frankly, about these issues. What emerges around this table will not move outside these walls, and maybe I will quote some of your analysis, but I will contact you in my policy paper. So thank you to respect this freedom that you have today to speak out as you want. Let's start with Dalia Ghanem. Dalia Ghanem is a very important speaker, we know, very important expert and scholars of the region. She's now Program Director and Senior Fellow at Middle East Council on Global Affairs of Doha, where she comes from now. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having me. So I'm not going to lecture here. I'm very humbled to see the best expert around the table. Rather, I'm going to give you food for thought, for a genuine conversation, as you said, and I'm going to set the stage. So before we go to this foreign actor interference, we're going to see where these Maghrebi states are standing right now. So let's zoom out a bit, and I'm going to start with the macro level. So what do we see right now? I think two very important points we are seeing as scholars, but also citizens of this region, even though we are all binational around the table. But I think the first thing is the death, and I insist on death, not paralysis, the death of any kind of union or integration in the region. I think Maghreb integration is something of a fantasy right now, if we take into consideration all what's going on. Of course, mainly the feud between Morocco and Algeria over the Western Sahara, but not only. But most importantly, this paralysis, this death of integration, what does it mean for the 85+ million Maghrebi citizens? It means this lack of integration has a cost, and it means that, it costs 5% in annual GDP for each nation of the Maghreb state. That is what it costs. The second thing that we've been noticing is the divergent trajectories of each of these Maghrebi states. So we have, of course, the North African behemoth here, the Maghreb behemoth, Algeria. It pursues a hard power approach. I think when you look at the number of the defense budget of the country and the $25 billion in defense budget for 2026, you understand that this is the trajectory that the country is going to continue. Of course, it is very important to remember here that this is a country that is very important to Italy, right? As Algeria is the main exporter of gas in the region. It has been able to step in since the war in Ukraine, doubling down its export to the country and to the continent since 1999. So it's a very important partner. HRVP Borrell said about it back then that it was a reliable partner. It is. And of course, what does it mean for Algeria on the local level? It means that, putting it in a very simple way, Algeria is flying high right now on oil and gas revenues. President Tebboune legitimacy has increased dramatically. Symbolically speaking, I always say that in my interviews, we went from a president who was poorly elected and who had a very, weak legitimacy to a population that called him today Ammu Tebboune, which means literally Uncle Tebboune. He's been able, to inject a lot of money in social transfers. And just to give you an idea, it cost, more than 13% of the GDP, these social transfer. So what does it mean? It means that this is a government that is able to placate its population, while other governments in the region do not have the financial means to do so. Whether it's sustainable or no, that's another another question that we can talk about later. Coming to Morocco, we have a country that has a very assertive foreign policy. Just to give you an idea, Qatar and Morocco are the two countries in the Arab world that spend the huge amount of money by the millions in lobbying and soft power. So this is a country that has clearly the knowledge to project power, but it's a country that has a vision, of course, to a certain extent. Morocco invested heavily in the Sahel. Actually, trade with the Sahel between Morocco and Sahelian state increased by tenfold since 2004. This is likely to continue. Algeria is trying to, follow up. But of course, Morocco has a very, an advance in that regard. It's a country also that is opening up to the Atlantic. It's a country that is Western-oriented, and this is a sharp, difference with Algeria that is more pro-Russian and pro-Chinese. Tunisia, on the other hand, and this is a country that we forget to talk about most of the time, unfortunately, but Tunisia is in a perilous situation, in a perilous pivot. The government debt is standing at 80%. It has a huge dependency on Algeria. Let's not forget here that Algeria is keeping the central bank afloat. However, one very important point, because I've been hearing that a lot and I'm writing a piece about it, I think it's very important to not mistake Algeria's leverage in Tunisia with something else, because I've been hearing recently from some kind of respectable scholars that, Algeria is trying, to push Tunisia towards some kind of foreign policy, moves, that Tunisia is a wilaya of Algeria. I think this is very exaggerated. I think the leadership in Algiers does not want to touch to Tunisian statehood. However, of course, Algeria has leverage in Tunisia, the same way Morocco has leverage in some Sahelian states. It's a very slow growth. Tunisia was not able to reach 0.5% of growth in 2025. Sporadic shortages of very basic food, and we have 28% of unemployment. What does it mean for the future of the country? We also have something that is more, important in Tunisia than in the rest, because it's a small country. We have a brain drain that is very important in the country for the future of the country. Just to give you a very simple figure, from a promotion of 1,900 doctors last year, 1,600 of them left to Europe. So we need to think about that brain drain, of course, in the country. So to come back to Algiers and Italy, I just written a piece about it. I think it's very important to talk about why this is happening now. I think, Algeria is trying to redraw the map, the geopolitical map of the Med. By doing this from Algiers access, it's trying to bypass its difficult relationship with Paris, but also with Spain. Let us remember that Spain and Algeria had a very important fallout a few years ago. The economic damage is still here. But if it showed something, it showed that Algiers is not gonna prioritize political lines over economic ones. So it's trying to draw the map with Algiers Rome axis against, Rabat, Paris, Madrid. Whether this is gonna work or not, clearly the country is more cognizant of its ability to pull some strings, and I think for the EU, for the EU is very important. Now we have, of course, the energy, which is very important. We have a desire of a country that wants to transition from gas to green energy through the South H2 corridor. Again, there are a lot of talk about this, as much as there is a lot of talk about the Dakhla, port. Whether these will materialize, it's another question. But again, we live in an era where It's about stories, right? So whose stories is gonna win? It's very important because this is how you project power in the world today. Very quickly, not to eat up on my colleagues' time, on the great power competition, and I see we have great experts like Tinhinan and Yahya around the table, but on Russia, I think the situation between Algeria and Russia, this balancing act is gonna be more and more difficult to sustain, because we have, of course, you know, Algeria gets 90% of its weapon from Russia, but at the same time, Algiers is upset by what Russia is doing in the Sahel with the Wagner group that is now called the Africa Corps. So this is very dangerous because, again, what happens in the Sahel doesn't stay in the Sahel. It comes to North Africa and, by extension, to Europe. One. Two, when we have countries like the Gulf, like the UAE, trying to do something in the Sahel, they do it to project power. When it comes to Maghreb state, they do it because the Sahel is their underbelly, because the Sahel protection is about their own protection and security and mining and energy transition. So this is gonna become more and more difficult to sustain. About China, as I said, we have a great expert in the room, but I think now living in Doha and seeing all these Chinese delegations that are very engaged, you know, with us, one of the things that I notice, and I think it's also the case within the Maghreb, is China has been pushing for this win-win, you know, policy, you know, we bring you technology and infrastructure, and it's a win-win. Two things. One, Maghreb states realized that there is no such a thing that win-win. It's, you know, much more a win for China than for them. And the second thing, and I see it also in the Gulf, there is a frustration with China that doesn't do more. I think the leadership in the region expected to do more in terms, for instance, of mediation. For instance, the Gulfies have been asking the Chinese to intervene more and more in mediation. I don't see the Chinese doing this anytime soon. And one final note on the EU, having been able also to be an EU civil servant for 2 years at the EU ISS. One thing that changed, you know, we used to hear in the region that the EU is a payer, not a player. But I think even that changed today because the EU is no longer a payer. When you have UAE money, when you have Qatari money flowing in the region, I mean, the EU doesn't simply have enough. So what do we do about it? I think we can have this conversation, but one of the things that I insisted during my time at the EU was you need to make sure that you do not lose what's inside there. With what's going on with Trump, I think it's very important that the EU understand that help and partnership will come from the global south and not from the US. And I will stop on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dalia. Now we can move on to Nadia Hashimi Alawi. She's a professor and researcher in political science at International University of Rabat. And she will speak in French because she is more comfortable with this language. But I think that all of us are francophone speakers. So I hope you can understand as well. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you, Christina, and you're right. Katerina, sorry, and it's better for you and perhaps for me if I speak French and not English. Donc merci aux organisateurs pour l'invitation et l'opportunité de contribuer à cette réflexion sur les recompositions en cours, les interrogations à l'échelle de l'Europe, en tout cas, que vous avez bien résumé. Alors, la question qui structure cet atelier et que vous avez rappelé sur effectivement la manière dont les recompositions en cours, les acteurs nouveaux, ou en tout cas nouvelle attractivité de puissances non européennes, comment elles restructurent la relation entre les pays maghrébins et l'Europe. Alors cette question, elle elle est souvent portée, ou en tout cas, elle est abordée à partir de ce constat et à partir de la montée en puissance de nouveaux acteurs. Vous l'avez rappelé, M. Desmartins le rappelait, vous l'avez rappelé, je voudrais aussi bien le rappeler d'emblée que la présence de ces acteurs, il y a absolument non européens dans la région, il y a là rien de fondamentalement nouveau, puisque le Maghreb a toujours été inséré dans des systèmes de concurrence entre puissances, que ce soit pendant la guerre froide, où il était traversé par des jeux d'influence entre Washington et Moscou, mais plutôt encore par d'autres formes de rivalité impériale. Et dans le cas marocain, puisque moi je parlerai du cas marocain, on a aussi la présence d'acteurs du Moyen-Orient. Ça a été longtemps l'Arabie Saoudite, qui a été à la fois un partenaire politique, un bailleur de fonds, voire même un référent symbolique. Donc ce qui change aujourd'hui, et effectivement vous l'avez rappelé entre les lignes, c'est pas tant l'existence de ces acteurs, mais plutôt la configuration dans laquelle ils interviennent, qui est une configuration, un rapport de force en pleine recomposition, fragmentation, instabilité de l'équilibre international. Et donc, moi, trop souvent, les débats sur les ingérences extérieures, elles reposent implicitement sur l'idée selon laquelle les rapports de force seraient uniquement, ou en tout cas fortement construits par les grandes puissances, tandis que les pays de la région, d'une certaine manière, ne feraient que réagir, ou au mieux ruser. Or, même dans des relations aussi asymétriques soient-elles, eh bien la forme que prend les interactions, la forme que prend les relations sociales, elle dépend des doctrines au sens des dispositions des pays en termes de relations internationales, de leur trajectoire historique et de leur stratégie propre. Cette longue introduction pour introduire mon propos, puisque c'est vraiment dans cette perspective que je voudrais aborder le cas du Maroc. Je ne suis pas spécialiste des relations internationales, je ne suis pas une internationaliste, mais je traite des relations internationales, que ce soit dans mes recherches ou surtout au sein de mes cours, à partir d'une perspective de sociologie politique de l'international. Et donc, je vais peut-être prendre ces 10 minutes pour parler du cas marocain, qui est le cas que je connais, et puis laisser dans la discussion des questions, évidemment, qui pourraient revenir. Mais à partir du cas marocain, je voudrais revenir sur la manière dont le Maroc construit son rapport au monde, construit son rapport à l'extérieur, ce que je vais appeler la doctrine des relations internationales au Maroc, pour justement mettre en lumière ce qui change, qui a été rappelé par ma collègue, replacer un peu les changements ces 10 dernières années dans la trajectoire longue, pour pouvoir aussi comprendre ce qui relève de la rupture, de ce qui relève plutôt d'un changement de forme, plutôt que d'une rupture dans la doctrine. Alors, partons d'un constat qui a été rappelé, et je vous en remercie, partons d'un constat sur le Maroc. Effectivement, depuis 10 ans, on assiste au Maroc, en termes de la diplomatie marocaine, se distingue ces 10 dernières années par 2 choses, voire une, ou en tout cas qui s'entretiennent. Premier, c'est un pragmatisme assumé, et une souveraineté qu'on pourrait appeler offensive. Pragmatisme assumé, qu'est-ce que j'entends par là? Un exemple qui va permettre de pouvoir cibler ce que j'entends par la différence, c'est par exemple la position du Maroc lors du vote à l'ONU au lendemain de l'invasion de l'Ukraine par la Russie. On est en 2022 et le Maroc fait le choix de ne pas se rendre voter. Le Maroc ne choisit pas l'abstention, il aurait pu aller et il aurait pu s'abstenir. Or, le Maroc ne se rend pas au vote. Et en ne se rendant pas au vote, il assume pleinement l'abstention, et en l'assumant pleinement, il dit, en gros, le message, c'est « je n'ai pas les moyens de prendre position dans ce conflit ». Hein, je n'ai pas les moyens. Je n'ai pas les moyens pour des tonnes de raisons, et on y reviendra, mais je ne vais pas vous faire un cours sur le Maroc, mais je n'ai pas les moyens, la Russie, avec lesquels à la fois j'ai des intérêts économiques, mais à la fois qui siège au Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU, où j'ai quand même un conflit de longue date sur la table. Et puis de l'autre côté, c'est l'Ukraine, c'est aussi le camp occidental avec lequel j'ai des relations. Et puis j'ai aussi, à l'ONU, je défends l'intégrité territoriale. Donc je n'ai pas les moyens. Donc c'est en ça que c'est un pragmatisme assumé. Ce pragmatisme assumé, il ne doit pas s'inscrire comme un coup de sang, comme souvent on réduit la diplomatie marocaine, pas du tout. Il renvoie à une analyse assez fine des rapports de force circonstancielle. On est en février 2022. À l'époque, on pense que la guerre va être une guerre éclair. Donc le coût d'une prise de position est beaucoup plus coûteuse face à un conflit qui est pensé comme étant très rapide. Donc c'est une lecture des rapports de force. Ensuite, bien évidemment, la guerre s'éternise et là le Maroc est amené à avoir une autre position. Mais vous voyez, c'est ça ce que j'entends par pragmatisme assumé. Deuxième chose qui distingue le Maroc, ce que j'appellerais, qui est un peu les deux, en gros, c'est ce souverainisme offensif. Alors, souverainisme offensif, effectivement, c'est le Sahara qui est au centre de la politique étrangère au Maroc. J'y reviendrai, on a souvent tendance à penser que c'est nouveau. Le Sahara a toujours été, en tout cas depuis 1961, au centre de la politique étrangère du Maroc. Simplement, justement, il l'est peut-être autrement, de manière plus offensive ces 10 dernières années, puisque la diplomatie marocaine lie depuis 10 ans, même avant un peu même la reconnaissance par Donald Trump de la souveraineté marocaine, mais elle lie de manière très assumée la qualité de ses relations avec un pays tiers à la position de ce pays envers la question nationale. Rappelez-vous, c'est aussi précisément toute la crise qu'on a eue, enfin au Maroc, que le Maroc a eue avec l'Allemagne, puis ensuite la France. Donc souverainisme offensif sur le Sahara, mais pas seulement, souverainisme offensif, lié, se traduit aussi par une ambition nouvelle, ça c'est très nouveau, cette ambition nouvelle qui est de se positionner en tant que leader africain. Je ne sais pas si vous suivez un peu l'actualité footballistique, mais on est en Italie, je pense qu'il y a quand même des vieilles traditions qui restent, et donc vous avez vu tout le discours qu'il y a aujourd'hui sur l'organisation de la Coupe africaine des nations est porté par ce discours, cette ambition de se positionner comme un pays leader. Vous rappeliez sur le soft power, j'y reviendrai, il a toujours existé, mais dans des formes différentes et avec peut-être des moyens différents, mais c'était une autre époque, mais on met en scène toute une relation de coopération avec les pays africains. Donc une fois qu'on a dit ça, ce changement de forme, pragmatisme assumé, souveraineté offensive, est-ce que pour autant, en disant, disons que ce changement sur ces 10 dernières années, est-ce que ça marque une rupture dans la doctrine des relations internationales au Maroc? Vous savez, au Maroc, historiquement, on n'a pas de stratège dans les relations internationales. Il me reste 5 minutes. On n'en a pas de stratège, mais les relations internationales se sont appuyées chez nous sur l'histoire longue, sur une analyse fine des rapports de force et sur un art des relations, un art diplomatique qui s'est construit sur des réseaux et des réseaux d'influence. Et donc, en soi, la doctrine des relations internationales n'a, elle, absolument pas changé. Quelle est-elle? Elle s'est construite historiquement, depuis 4 siècles, depuis le XVIe siècle. Le Maroc a construit son rapport au monde, à partir d'une même rationalité qui est de ne faire confiance uniquement aux circonstances et à la conjoncture pour construire ces alliances. Et ça, c'est très lié à une permanence depuis le XVIe siècle au Maroc d'un ADN très insulaire. Un ADN très insulaire dans son rapport à l'extérieur. Pourquoi? La trajectoire historique de l'État marocain, qui se situe à peu près au XVIe siècle, l'État marocain se constitue à partir du moment où il va être contraint par des appétits extérieurs. L'État marocain va se construire aussi dans des rivalités très fortes, avec d'un côté à l'Est l'Empire ottoman, la montée des appétits espagnols et portugais, et puis ce désert qui est une mer de sable. Et donc ça a nourri une mentalité très insulaire dans laquelle va se former dans lequel va se former le rapport au monde et qui va faire que on a... alors évidemment, ça a changé dans la forme, on y revient, mais la logique est assez similaire, c'est-à-dire que l'insertion sur la scène internationale s'est construit, par le Maroc s'est construit en faisant front, avec les Européens. Par exemple, je prends le cas du XVIIe siècle, les Européens contre les Ottomans. D'accord ? Ça, c'est le XVIe siècle, mais vous retrouvez des choses beaucoup plus contemporaines avec l'affirmation du Maroc État-nation au XXe siècle, où le Maroc a construit aussi son insertion en faisant front la France, l'Italie contre la France, quand on était serré aussi avec l'ancien colonisateur, on a toujours maintenu un lien, notamment dans l'énergie, pour contrebalancer ou contre l'extérieur. Donc ce jeu d'alliance, cette mentalité insulaire fait que nous n'avons pas d'alliés permanents. C'est ce que peut-être la France a oublié et a été très surprise quand il y a eu la crise avec la France en pensant que ce n'était pas possible. Mais on n'a absolument pas d'alliés permanents. On fait confiance aux circonstances et à la conjoncture. Ça, c'est la première des choses. Ça, fondamentalement, ça n'a absolument pas changé. Et quand vous avez cette mentalité insulaire, vous avez justement des formes. Et en fonction des configurations, on a pu avoir des souverainetés défensives ou offensive. Je finirai sur un exemple. C'est exactement le même rapport au monde. Quand il y a 10 ans, le Maroc, prenons l'exemple de la CAN, la coupe africaine des nations, que le Maroc avait demandé l'annulation à cause du virus Ebola qui commençait en Afrique. Et vous voyez bien ce réflexe souverainiste de fermer les frontières qui peut paraître un peu limite, parce qu'on n'attendait pas les avions pour nous amener Ebola, si Ebola devait venir. Mais vous voyez qui immédiatement a été un réflexe souverainiste, défensif, et 10 ans après, on est dans un souverainisme plus offensif. Donc, en fonction des configurations, on a une capacité à assumer notre pragmatisme. J'arrêterai là, j'ai pas assez de temps, je reviendrai dans la conversation. Mais qu'est-ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, on a les moyens d'être offensif? Et c'est extrêmement intéressant les chiffres que vous donniez. C'est que ce qui permet ces 10 dernières années, c'est aussi on a une redécouverte d'outils historiques très anciens qui, dans la configuration actuelle, nous permet aussi des formes d'adaptation. Ce soft power n'a absolument rien de très nouveau, par exemple, dans la religion, dans le secteur religieux. Maroc, l'outil religieux est quelque chose d'historique. Aujourd'hui, il prend du sens au regard des relations internationales, et ce sont des réseaux, alors pas forcément qu'on réactive, mais en tout cas qu'on réactualise dans leur ingénierie. Militaire, c'est pareil. Vous parliez des Émirats arabes unis. On a une coopération très, très ancienne avec les Émirats dans la police, d'accord, et qui aujourd'hui, au regard des configurations et des appétits émiratis, où on a tout un historique qu'on peut aussi, sur lequel on peut jouer. Ces outils, c'est pas simplement, et je suis pas dans l'idée que l'histoire fait le contemporain. Elle donne des moyens et elle donne du sens. À côté de l'outil militaire, vous avez la diaspora. La diaspora, pendant les années 60-70, elle a toujours été perçue comme une ressource, une rente. Aujourd'hui, dans ce monde en pleine reconfiguration, elle est aussi plutôt pensée comme on assume beaucoup plus de jouer, de pouvoir instrumentaliser aussi cette diaspora. Et je finirai sur la question fondamentale du rapport à Israël, qui a souvent été lue comme une mesure transactionnelle du Maroc sur le Sahara, en gros, Trump, le Sahara versus Israël. Je pense que c'est des lectures un peu rapides parce qu'il faut aussi précisément replacer le rapport du Maroc à Israël et à sa diaspora, qui mériterait d'être affiné, parce que là j'extrapole un peu par rapport à mes connaissances, mais qui mériterait d'être affiné, mais qui montre bien qu'on a aussi eu un rapport à la communauté juive marocaine, c'est quand même 1 million de personnes en Israël, qui permet aussi de pouvoir avoir un lien qui soit au-delà de ce caractère instrumental. Donc, je pense que le pragmatisme, et ensuite on pourra discuter sur l'Europe, c'est aussi la manière dont quel intérêt l'Europe a pour nos pays. et qui permet aussi de pouvoir des compromis, des consensus sur lesquels le Maroc peut jouer. Voilà, je respecte les temps, c'était beaucoup plus long que ce que j'avais prévu, mais on pourra revenir dans la discussion.
Merci, thank you, Nadia. We can go to the last guest. The final opinion is by Mr. Hood Abdallah. Here, your microphone. President of the Center of Strategies for the Security in Sahel-Sahara. Welcome, Mr. Hood Abdallah, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, sorry to have been late. I thought it was a walking distance, and I didn't realize it was raining, and I got lost. And so I'm sorry to have been late. Second, thank you for a timely meeting. Why it is a timely, in my opinion? Because the international context today is very interesting. We were focused on, for first time, for someone my generation, in a war in Europe. Second, we had the problem now in between European and American, not only European, Russia, European in a way, it is soft yet, and the US. And this is very important for us in North Africa for a number of reasons, historical, economic, and demographic. So at all levels, this meeting is interesting, Maghreb, Mediterranean, Europe. The situation is not new. I brought, I was reading, I brought this paper. I will show you that the relationship between Europe and Mediterranean is not new. An Italian from Genoa, was in 15th century. He went to do business in Morocco, in Sawira. And it was very interesting. From Italy, he went to Iberia, and he started his own business. And so the relationship is not new. Second, I was observing election in Tunisia after the fall of Ben Ali. The third president who replaced him, ISPI, was born from Sardinia. So he was Sardinia and so on. So the relationship between Mediterranean North and South are not new. What is new with the new communication technology, with the development now of the two main powers, Russia and America, and Europe being, thinking how to address, in addition to demographic situation in Europe, all this make the historical relationship between Maghreb and Southern Europe, Mediterranean, to me, very interesting. Diplomatically, geographically, economically. But the problem is not only is not easy because a number of factors or actors. The Maghreb, my generation, for instance, we are much closer for a number of reasons to Europe. This is not anymore the case with the new generation, though they move more in Europe where they get job, activities, and so on. But the new economic actors in the field are mostly Chinese, Turkish, and in a way in business, not human because they are not large population, Middle East and Turkey. So there is a new dawn, in my opinion, in the relationship between Europe and Maghreb at political, diplomatic level and economic level. yes, there is Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, essentially, when I talk from Libya to Mauritania, but increasingly, not at the leadership level, it is Turkey, China, the Gulf, India in business, in activity, and indeed there is an impact one way or another on, it will be on politics, on diplomacy. So these are considerations to be taken into consideration, especially given the strong demography in the Maghreb and the almost deficient one in Europe. So how economy would address this and the cost of productivity? For instance, last year I was last May in Naples, and in the main city, in the main street, I was very impressed by the number of Senegalese speaking Wolof. For instance, I never saw that in Rome. So there is a demography taking place and how to address it politically and economically. On the other hand, the Maghreb is fragilized. It is not new. For a number of years, the two closest neighbors who have been in the 50s, early 60s, close Algeria and Morocco, have closed border, preventing families even from visiting. And for a number of reasons, it is not only, in my opinion, only the Sahara, it is a number of reasons. I think mostly the economic system and the systems themselves, more than some issues. And so how that will impact. In addition, Libya is fragilized for a number of years. Will it continue to be a United States, East, West, and South, especially with the collapse of Sudan, and fragilized Libya, but rich is something to consider. All this is, in my opinion, to invite you to think beyond the daily situation. The Maghreb, Southern Europe, the Mediterranean, have been important for centuries, whatever religious, cultural, and so on, Christian, Muslim, Jewish. Today, they are going through a number of development, and they cannot be ignored, whatever the influence of Middle East, who have resources, but they don't have a human presence in the field. This is why maybe you have people, experts coming, but not born there. And what to do with this, and especially with a new approach in Europe between US and the Europeans. So it is a number of considerations in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Ould Abdallah. So now we have Ambassador Ferrara. It's now your turn to give a first comment, brief comment on what the speaker has said, and then we open the discussion to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few observations on what we have heard, which is quite comprehensive already, so doesn't need to be interpreted. But I have 5 quick points that I retained from this first intervention. First of all, of course, the Maghreb is by far now in Africa and maybe also in the world one of the least integrated regions. From the economic point of view, from the political point of view, from one side. And this is a first challenge. because they have so much in common. So the fact that the integration is dead has been mentioned. I will not be so negative in general. Let's have some hope in the future. But the fact of the matter that for the time being, the union of the Arab Maghreb is completely non-functional. Nobody mentioned, however, another format, which is the 5+5. So the 5 countries pertaining to the European Union, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Malta, that dialogue in this very interesting format with Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, and Mauritania. I think this is relevant because it is very informal, very practical, very pragmatic, and should be used a little bit more. The second, but at the same time, it's a less integrated region, but at the same time, there is a lot of penetration, I mean, from the security point of view of the region. I remember that more than 20 years ago, there was a theory called the regional security complex that depicted the region in 3 different areas. So we had, from one side, the Maghreb security complex, then the Levant, Egypt and the Middle East, the traditional Middle East, and then the Gulf. And they were understood as isolated regions with their own logics inside the competition of cooperation. Now it's no longer the case. So this, the irony is that even the Maghreb is now very much influenced by security approaches by other regions. Nobody mentioned Libya. Libya is a case in point of this regional powers competition. And so this is the first contradiction. The second one has to do with the idea of stability. Stability now is interpreted as a stall in terms of the political process, but also in terms of integration, as we have said. And we used to, we repeat over and over when we think of Libya, for instance, that the status quo is not tenable. But we have seen that the status quo is perfectly accepted and used by the parties in order to perpetuate their position. In a way, also, the political leadership in the region is repeating this paradigm of stability means in one way or another immobility. So there is a lack of political dynamic in the region. I'm not talking about the Arab Spring and so on, but at least some political evolution inside these countries. Another point I think it is important to stress that no country in the region, despite the huge military budget, especially in the case of Algeria, no country in Maghreb is believing in hard power. So there is no military projection abroad. There is a reticence in engaging in external operations. And I think there is one important point that we can build on that, I think, in terms of regional stability. In the region, maybe in North Africa, only Egypt shows an attitude of active engagement, also in terms of military operations abroad. The other point is it has been mentioned also, the region cannot be understood in complete isolation vis-à-vis what's happening in the world now. And basically we have seen that the 2 major conflicts that are drawing the attention of the international community, the Russian aggression against Ukraine on one side and the Middle East on the other side, these 2 major conflicts define the international positioning of the countries of the region. Now we have the case of Algeria, that despite the fact that it is a well-known ally of Russia, the General Assembly voted against the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Morocco, on the other side, has a better position vis-à-vis the Middle East as far as relations with Israel are concerned. So, I mean, these major conflicts influence the attitude of the countries of the region and define their stance in terms of international positioning. And finally, well, it has been mentioned, the idea of relation, especially of Italy with Algeria, gas, energy, and whatever, and also other reasons like illegal migration and so on, regarding also the other countries of the region, for instance, Tunisia. This brings to me the idea that maybe the concept that has been used, especially in Italian foreign policy so far, of the so-called enlarged Mediterranean, so a Mediterranean that goes from Morocco until the Red Sea, it's not very useful from the point of view of understanding the interplay between, for instance, the security in the Sahel and the security in Europe. So it would be much better to talk about the elongated Mediterranean. So a completely different perspective that depicts, in my opinion, more precisely what are the forces at play. So thank you very much for your insights, and I stop here.
Thank you, Pasquale. And now it's your turn, if you want. You are not obliged. We open discussion. We have 40 minutes, then we will have coffee break. I will give you the floor if you raise your name. I will collect some interventions and then give the floor back to the speakers for their answers or intervention as well. Please, it's your turn. Break the ice. Who wants to break the ice? Ah, yes. Ardemagni. Eleonora Ardemagni, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your presentation. I have just a comment on EU-Gulf cooperation and the crisis in the Maghreb region. I think that as EU countries and institutions, we can no longer think and develop Maghreb and Mediterranean policies without including the Sahel and also the Horn of Africa in a single reflection. So I agree with Dalia and her speech. This is due to the rising interdependence between these areas, but also to the growing smuggling routes and the growing cooperation also between armed groups in these areas. So I think the EU must engage and partner with the GCC states in Maghreb, in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa. Also due to their money power, certainly, but also because the EU and the GCC states share an interest in developing the economy, the infrastructures, and also the energy potential of these areas. However, and this is the big point, I think, some Gulf states' assertiveness and military assertiveness in Libya, in Sudan, and here I think especially to the UAE, is something that makes more difficult for the EU to develop a shared position and to develop actionable policies. For instance, on tackling growing armed groups cooperation, on tackling smuggling and trafficking across these regions. So to conclude, I think that as long as the issue of some Gulf states' support to non-state actors in the Sahel, Horn of Africa, in Libya is not addressed, and I think especially to the Emirati role in Libya, the Emirati role in Sudan, I think that potential of the EU-GCC cooperation in the expanded Maghreb region cannot be fully expressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleonora. Now we have, I think, Cristiani, Dario Cristiani.
Yes. Well, thank you, Dario Cristiani. I just started with the Atlantic Council working with Director Mezran, who cannot be here, but say hi to everyone. So I have actually no comments, but 3 questions. 2 for Director Ghanem and 1 for Professor Hashimi and Director Old Abdallah. So the 2 questions for Director Ghanem are on this issue of Maghreb integration. So one question is linked to, okay, might sound a little bit silly or shallow, but if you go on YouTube and watch the videos of all these Maghrebi singers, Balti, Soul King, Manal, etc., you see thousands of comments of people from the region saying mon frère, ma sœur, that they are very happy like with the singers from other countries, etc. And here I'm talking like these videos, they sometimes have 400, 500 million views. So it's something that goes way beyond the borders of these countries. So sometimes looking at these elements, I have the impression that societies are more ready than leaderships regarding integration, cooperation, etc. So I wanted to ask you whether this is like a weird like impression coming from someone from the outside who maybe doesn't understand the region that well, or is there an element here and something that can actually be used in the future to promote this integration? Then like another question on integration, but more from an economic perspective. You were mentioning that Maghrebi countries basically lose 5% of their GDP because of this lack of integration. But then, being in the region, it's very clear that there is a sort of informal integration of the economy in terms of contraband, etc., etc. So, and there is also another element that I would underline regarding the informality of the economy regarding Tunisia. We have been saying for the past 20 years that Tunisia is on the brink of collapse if we look at the statistics. Then if you have a Tunisian social bubble, you realize that during the summer they spend most of the time in Gamart, La Mars, etc., that a lot of people doesn't really work, but they have money somehow. And this reminds me of the conversation on Italy in the 80s, that we were a country on the brink of collapse, but then we were living our best life, especially if you speak to people these days that they all say, oh, the Yuppies, the 80s, etc. So on this, is there an element that we are missing here regarding how the informal economy is important both? So there is like a sort of informal integration that is not really seen and understood by normal statistics, and whether this is something that we should keep it that way so that at least we know that the region doesn't implode, or we should try to bring this informal economy into the formal picture, but then with all the problems that this might create in terms of increasing taxes, etc., etc. And actually, I link this to the element that Director Old Abdallah was mentioning before regarding the presence of the Genovese community. Whoever has been to Tabarca can see the Fort Genoa there, like, especially when you go uphill towards the borders with Algeria. So my question for the two of you is regarding the perception of regional societies and countries on Italy. As Italians, we always pretend that we are better seen than others in the region, especially the French. We have this expression, Italian brava gente, that like, and the question here has 2 elements. One is concerns the historical views that the people of the region have of the Italians, And the other one is instead regarding this specific government, which is very peculiar in its approach to the Maghreb, because it's the first government in the history of Italy run by the former post-fascist, let's say. And there has always been this extremely interesting element in the culture of the Italian right-wing parties of the support for the Polisario that was like very open and vocal before they went to the government, but from what I know, it remains a very important element of the foreign policy of this government, and somehow we can see that in the way in which Italy has basically embraced Algeria. So on this, I wanted to ask you about the historical perception and how the governments of the region see the current foreign policy of Italy in the Maghreb. Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. Now we have Brignone and Talbot, that if you can turn your names, because I can see Tafur, yes, and D'Amato, sorry. Okay, Brignone, please.
So thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much to the speakers for the very stimulating overviews. I have a question about the whole picture, because all of you stressed the fact that we are witnessing phenomena that are not so new. There are actors, non-European actors in the area that were already present in the past. There is a declining European influence, but there are some structural dimensions as well. I wonder if there are indeed long-term phenomena at play, and I mention one in particular regarding the soft power that Europe is able to use. And I think there's one aspect that is very important from a cultural point of view, the decline of the influence of the French as a language in the Maghreb. The hegemony of French is being questioned by the rise of English, for example. So is this something, and the relationship between Europe and the Maghreb is very much influenced by the relationship between France, in cultural terms, between France and the Maghreb. So is this something reversible? Is this something structural? How much is, what's the importance of this factor in terms of geopolitics and political and international politics? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michele. Valeria, if you want to.
Thank you very much for your insights. I have two quick questions. So I'd like to know how perception vis-à-vis Europe have changed over the years in the Maghrebi countries. And second question, how these countries have reacted to the launch of the new pact for the Mediterranean, if there is any reaction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Valeria. Then we have Tafuro, and then we stop. Tafuro e D'Amato, okay, and then D'Amato.
Okay. Eleonora Tafuro Ambrosetti, I work with ISPI on Russia and post-Soviet Eurasia. The military partnership between Russia and Algeria came up quite prominently already in the debate, and I have a question about it. Dalia Ghanem already mentioned the dissatisfaction with Russia's operations in the Sahel, but there is another important dimension of the problem, or a possible problem for the military partnership, which is the fact that Russia is losing ground as a weapon exporter because obviously of its military aggression against Ukraine, and it suffices to look at the most recent CPRI database to see that Russia's exports, weapon exports to the continent are diminishing. Sometimes China is taking advantage. So I was wondering if there is an internal debate in Algeria on how to cope with this problem, if there is a preoccupation with Russia not being able to honor its commitments, if there is an effort to recalibrate Algeria's partnerships maybe with the West, whether it's this effort, if it exists, is under the surface, or if there is an actual political debate which is visible. I would be very interesting to know in the local perception, because obviously I'm not an expert on the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, but we are talking about Russia after also, so maybe Russian in the Maghreb. Then D'Amato, and then we stop. Yes.
I could have waited, but thank you all very much for the interesting insights. I just have a quick question that I guess follows up a bit the previous question by the colleague Ardemagni, specifically on the presentation by Madame Ghanem. When you, at the very end of your presentation, you mentioned the importance of the Global South, right? Especially for Europeans, how to look at the Global South as actors for corporations. And my question, I guess it's a bit of a provocation, if you allow me. What if what if the Global South doesn't want us anymore? Right? We have seen in the Sahel, as has been mentioned, we've seen radical changes in the alliances and the perceptions of Europeans there. So what can we realistically do if, for a number of reasons, good and bad, some of these countries are not looking at us anymore for this cooperation? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So speakers, you have 7 minutes, let's say, to answer these questions as a whole, as you want. And then I think we'll not have the time for a second round, but maybe, okay, 7 minutes or minute. Yes, Dalia, the first one, yes, the same
I
order.
had a lot of questions, and thank you for that. I'm going to try to connect the dots. So the first one on EU GCC. We talk about the EU in a very metonymic way, but we do know from a fact that there is no EU position. The same applies for the GCC. We have a tendency to think that the Gulf countries react in the same way, but just to give you a very concrete example, and coming from Doha, it was very shocking for all of us. Last week, KSA and the UAE almost went on war over what happened in Yemen, right? Literally, KSA bombed UAE ships in Yemen. This is how much they differ in so many things. It comes at a surprise, but the GCC is not homogeneous. The UAE supports Haftar, which is not the case for the Qatari KSA. We have a huge also disagreement regarding the Horn of Africa, and I would say that what also is happening in Somalia and Somaliland is to be kept in mind, because who is going to follow, for instance, what Israel did? Are any of the GCC states that signed the Abraham Accords are going to follow in that? This will create a big rift. Just a quick note also on the GCC, which is very important to keep in mind. We have 6 countries. One of them, and don't quote me on that, but one of them is a real country in the sense that it has a huge population, 30 million, a military, and this is KSA. The rest, they don't have that. So whatever KSA decides, the rest usually follows. No, I don't think the GCC has any interest, to go hand in hand with the Europeans when it comes to the Maghreb. I mean, there's a lot to do right now in Yemen, in Sudan, and also in Libya. So the 3 Maghrebi states are not really a priority for them. And just for the quick anecdote, Qatar, for instance, realized the importance of the Maghrebi state during the blockade in 2019. You all remember the blockade. And then Qatar realized, wait a minute, these Mediterranean countries, they have fruits and the vegetables. Let's ask the Moroccan and the Algerians what they can send us. And actually, there was a cooperation cooperation there. So it's to be kept in mind. On the Maghreb integration, very quickly, you said, quote unquote, societies are more ready than leadership. I couldn't agree more with you, and I think it goes beyond social media. I think when you talk to these societies, there is, really a sense of, not only neighborhood, they share so much in common, right? But I think there is no political will at any level to do more. And I think both Morocco and Algeria are using this feud, of course, for, to push for nationalism and to push for, to legitimate their reign. One of the things that is both common to them, they both do foreign policy, maybe Morocco less, but Algeria does that a lot, for an internal gaze. No matter what Tebboune does in foreign policy, it's most of the time to legitimize himself at the local level, at the national level. Look at us, what we are doing for Palestine. Look at us, what we're doing for the Sahrawi. But it is not really, a foreign policy that has a vision for the future, unfortunately. On the informal integration and the brink on collapse, I hate this expression. I believe I did not use it. I said Tunisia is in a pivotal, but I agree with you. I lived 12 years in Lebanon, and for the last 5 years since the revolution in 2013, I've been hearing analysts telling about Lebanon. Lebanon is on the brink of collapse. Go see the restaurants in Beirut right now. Go see the nightclubs. So I was always puzzled by this. You see, you told about Tunisia, how does it do it? I think there is a difference between the macro and the micro, and also the resilience of local communities. And that is something that we don't study enough. But for instance, I did the research on local communities at the border with Tunisia and Algeria to understand how these people are living, and one of the things that was, very obvious was contraband. But then again, why does the Algerian state allow that? Same goes between Lebanon and Syria. So again, the state engages also in illegal, between quotes, activities, but this is also to perpetuate a system that actually works as a valve of, security. Now on the soft power, and I love your example on French. I think it's telling. I think it tells us a lot. My generation, and I am 43, I learned French before learning Arabic, right? And English came much later. But today you see kids who are in their 20s who literally don't speak French. And they have no interest whatsoever, right? So to come back to France, yes, there is a lighter footprint and so on and so forth, but we need to be also to go to the numbers. Today, whether we like it or not, students, the first generation, the first number of students coming to France are the Algerians, the Moroccan, and the Tunisian. Of course, you will find few students in China and Malaysia. I've seen them myself when I traveled. But again, what are we talking about? By the dozens, they come to Europe by, thousands, and there are millions of them. And I believe this is not gonna change. Of course, there is a pivot, but there will always be, and this is the force of Europe, there will always be cultural connection there. And this is where Europe needs to capitalize on that. One of the things that I've been saying for a while, and it came to the party, this is the problem of Europe. Europe comes to the party, but it comes to the party too late, when there is no more alcohol left. So for instance, Europe came to the party too late when it came to Arabic. The European Union had an Arab spokesperson only in 2022. And that was too late. And he's Spanish, actually, and he's a great spokesperson. Ask the Chinese. I mean, the Chinese have been tweeting and, communicating in Urdu and Parsi and even dialect, Algerians and Moroccan, for the last decade. So again, I always say that the closest point, which is a village in Morocco called Dalia, actually, it's funny, to Europe is only 14 kilometers away. So this connection, whether we like it or not, and to come back to your question on the global south, we are interconnected. You know, we will continue to be so, even if there is a refusal, but the connection is there. On the perception, and I think this is a crucial point, I've been speaking about that a lot, even in Doha, unfortunately, the genocide in Gaza was a huge reputational damage for the EU. Because everybody kept saying, what is this? ازدواجية المعايير in Arabic, which is double standards. How could you, not do anything about it? One of the things that, for instance, stayed in the consciousness of the Arab street was how the EU put, not the EU, but it was the EU. Van der Leyen decided to put the Israeli flag few hours after the attack. And so people said, how could you do that? So there is this perception that, when Arabs die, their lives is less valuable than when white people die. And unfortunately, the EU will need to work on that reputational damage. Reach out, don't leave an empty chair, because this chair will be filled by somebody else. Yeah. And finally, on the new pact and the reaction, it's like the global gateway. Like people who are like, we don't even understand what is this global gateway. Is it for the Maghreb? Is it for Africa? You said $400 million or euros, but to whom are you giving it? And this brings me again to communication. Communication is key. We are living in an era where whoever story wins. Unfortunately, the EU story is not winning anywhere, even in the Gulf, Even in the Gulf, it's very difficult for Europeans to find a space because they don't engage. I came from a think tank where I swear to you, every week we have a Chinese delegation coming to inquire. Brief us, tell us what's going on in the region. The Indians too, they are jumping into the think tank ecosystem in Doha, asking us to brief them. Where are the Europeans? Nowhere to be found.
Thank you, Dalia. Now we'll move on with Nadia. Nadia, please.
Okay, so I will ask the French question. J'en suis le produit de ce soft power français au Maghreb. Merci pour la question, parce que je pense qu'elle est cruciale. Parce que ça permettra peut-être aussi de mieux comprendre le positionnement par rapport à l'Europe. Et après, je parlerai de l'Algérie. Le français n'était pas du soft power, il était aussi beaucoup lié aux relations Maroc-France. Et souvent, dans cette vision des relations internationales très portée par les États et les politiques publiques, l'exemple du français est absolument exceptionnel. Pourquoi ? Je vais vous donner un chiffre. Quand la France décide, pour des raisons de politique interne, avec son ministre de l'Intérieur de l'époque, Gérard Darmanin, de prendre des rétorsions contre le Maroc, contre les autorités marocaines qui n'acceptent pas, je ne vais pas rentrer dans le détail, mais qui n'acceptent pas les retours, qui n'auraient pas accepté des retours de ces ressortissants marocains qui ne seraient pas en règle. Le ministre de l'Intérieur français, Gérard Darmanin, rompt une règle diplomatique, en gros, puisqu'il utilise cette question pour des enjeux de politique interne, et il répond en disant on ne donne plus de visas. Exactement, on coupe de 50% les visas. Une décision qui n'a pas de sens au regard diplomatique, parce que les visas étudiants continuent à être donnés, les visas de travail plus ou moins, et donc ceux qui n'ont pas les visas sont les plus francophiles, c'est-à-dire ceux qui viennent visiter la France. Donc vraiment une décision qui répond à des logiques de politique interne. Mais pour montrer comment ce qui se passe immédiatement avec cette réduction de visas, alors ça dure sur 2 ans, les instituts français au Maroc, qui sont, alors on peut appeler ça soft power, enfin c'est quand même du hard power, qui sont financés à 50, disons, qui sont financés à aujourd'hui près de je ne veux pas dire de bêtises, mais 80-90% par des cours de français. Hein, l'Institut français de Casablanca finance une grande partie de ses activités par les cours de français qui sont donnés. À qui ils donnent des cours de français? À des gens qui veulent venir étudier ou venir travailler, ou qui se projettent. Ce n'est pas forcément des adultes, hein, qui vont, en plus de leurs cours, en plus le français dans les écoles marocaines, il y en a de moins en moins. En une année, 50% d'inscriptions en moins. Et ça, ce n'est pas le fruit d'une politique publique. C'est aussi une perte, hein, d'un rapport à la France. Alors, en quoi l'Europe le ressent? Parce que c'est vrai que sur le Maroc, en tout cas, l'Algérie, mais peut-être d'une autre manière, on réduit beaucoup les relations Maroc-Europe à la relation Maroc-France. Mais vous avez aussi d'autres stratégies qui se mettent en place dans la société. Alors, évidemment, je ne veux pas faire une sociologie rapide, elle mériterait d'être affinée, mais d'autres destinations s'ouvrent. Hein, l'Allemagne, qui en demande, et donc vous avez des instituts allemands. À prendre avec des pincettes, mais l'Italie, en tout cas ce que je vois moi dans mes cours, des étudiants qui prennent des cours d'italien pour aller plus. Donc il faudrait justement analyser plus finement ces flux. Et là encore, un autre chiffre, pour vous dire à quel point on connaît aussi assez mal, dans les relations internationales, la question des flux, la question des relations entre les sociétés au-delà des politiques publiques. Quand il y a eu la guerre en Ukraine, l'invasion russe en Ukraine, on a quasiment découvert que la première communauté africaine étudiante en Ukraine, c'était des Marocains. Et ça, il y a une tradition historique, hein, d'études dans les pays de l'Est. Mais ces chiffres et cette question, pour peut-être aussi affiner plus, puisque c'est le sujet de la relation, le sujet, en tout cas, de penser des relations au-delà de politiques publiques ou des relations. Mais je vais donner un contre-exemple et répondre à la question sur Maroc et Algérie. Alors déjà, je suis très intéressée par ce chiffre de 5%, parce que pour moi, ce chiffre a pendant très longtemps... je vais faire un peu de provocation, mais je veux dire que la mode dans les relations internationales était de dire que la non-intégration nous coûtait 2%. On ne sait pas vraiment d'où venaient les 2%. Maintenant, on parle de 5%. Mais en tout cas, sur cette question Maroc-Algérie, on a soit une vision très évangélique des relations entre ces deux sociétés, ces deux peuples frères, et puis ces gouvernements qui ne s'entendraient pas. Je pense qu'il faut prendre ça avec des pincettes, mais surtout réhabiliter. Alors là, pour le coup, c'est l'inverse de ce que je viens de dire, mais la parole d'État a son importance. Et je suis frappée, hein, on l'a vu d'ailleurs en Tunisie, hein, regardez le déchaînement du racisme contre les subsahariens à partir d'une parole d'État. Donc la contraction des relations Maroc-Algérie dans le discours ces dernières années, au début on pouvait regarder ça, en tout cas j'en faisais partie en tant qu'observatrice, analytrice, avec beaucoup d'amusement. Hein, ces paroles, ces injonctions. Et puis on se rend compte que finalement ça se diffuse dans la société. Et je crois que, et souvent c'est même mal compris à l'intérieur des frontières du Maroc, c'est pas pour rien que le roi du Maroc, quitte à ce qu'il paraisse parfois un peu, ou en tout cas naïf ou mief, c'est même mal compris au Maroc, il est peut-être le rare homme politique qui appelle au Maroc à calmer le jeu avec l'Algérie. Parce que précisément, je pense que au-delà de cette question de... la parole d'État participe à rendre possible au sein de la société des animosités et d'alimenter. Donc moi, je le verrais plutôt avec attention ce qui se passe aussi entre les deux sociétés. Après, sur le Polisario et l'Italie, alors moi-même, j'ai été très intéressée parce que quand Madame Belloni a été élue, évidemment, au Maroc, en tout cas dans la presse, qui est ressortie, c'était ses déclarations sur le Polisario. On avait tous et puis, elle a fait montre, en tout cas à l'égard du Maroc, d'un certain pragmatisme, le même qui nous anime, en tout cas. Et ce qui est ressorti, c'est évidemment, et qui est un peu aussi la position de l'Europe, parce qu'on parle beaucoup des intérêts de l'Europe, mais ce qu'on vit côté méditerranéen, c'est une Europe qui n'a absolument comme unique intérêt que les questions migratoires dans les relations et sécuritaires. Donc ça vous fait pas rêver une société. Donc sur l'Italie, très vite, ça a été effectivement mis en avant. Et puis, je me suis rendu compte que finalement, c'est plutôt les aspects sécuritaires qui ont repris. Elle a aussi absolument pas mis ça en avant. Et je parlais tout à l'heure du pragmatisme assumé au Maroc. Le pragmatisme assumé côté marocain, c'est aussi de siéger dans l'Union africaine et de siéger à côté du Polisario. Donc, la question, c'est justement, je disais tout à l'heure, une analyse fine de ce que l'on a à gagner ou à perdre, à mettre ça en avant. Voilà.
Okay, merci Nadia. And we close with our last intervention, Mr.
Well, thank you very much. Well, they made a complete intervention. I'm just, thinking loud. Everything is changing. As you know, not only with internet, with the facility of travels and so on, but I think also the war in Ukraine, the new administration in America have changed fundamentally the rules and practice of modern diplomacy. From outside, look, I have been for a number of years between Washington and New York. I was Undersecretary General in the UN. I was in the World Bank with very young, with important people listening. I have never seen a division as you have now between European and American. This is, for someone, my generation and maybe younger people, this is something unbelievable. To see Europe, which means tolerance, democracy, completely between brackets, is very, I'm not saying important, is a risk to see, especially with the development of a new technology of information. News used to be limited to the elite, business or government or military. Now it is people in the streets, especially in our countries. We have many people unemployed. They spend their time seeing internet, fake or real news, they see it. And when they see weakened Europe, which means democracies and so on, is very, very risky for peace and security. Now, quickly, Rome. For the last few years, I have seen a strong development of Italy foreign policy in Africa, not only in Maghreb, but also in East Africa. I remember of an Italian Club Meadow. They are opening in East Africa, not only trying the best in Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria. And for me, it is a tradition, but it means also Europe we don't know. So European foreign policy, they have a professional. They are moderate, but since Ukraine, since the new administration in Europe, we have a problem. So what to do? In Maghreb, we have a problem. For my generation, we compare it to France and Germany, end of 19th century till the 50s. Two countries used to support each other. I mean, Morocco used to support Algeria for its independence, and now they have close border, close space. You cannot fly from one country to the other. And this is a serious problem. Fortunately, they have not went to war like their cousin in Middle East, Iraq and Kuwait and so on. Tunisia used to be the leading playing role. Now they have decided to be on one side. It is a disaster for us. And I think in good faith or mistake, but Tunisia used to be the moderator between the two, and they have a capacity to do it. And for instance, in Mauritania, we cannot. But Tunisia, it was the only country who can speak to both Morocco and Algeria. So there is a problem. And even to Libya. Now we have lost that. So I stop here. That we need, I think, if we see that, Europe to say, I think you mentioned it, how could Europe regain its traditional road? I wrote a small paper that we need Europe maybe of 12. Europe is becoming too large to have a policy. When it was 6 or 12, I think we had a policy. Now it is becoming too large, and we don't know, especially for us in North Africa.
But why Mauritania can't mediate in the Western Sahara issue? Why?
Well, we were in Western Sahara. I take my case. My ancestor migrated to Mauritania from Western Sahara. I'm Mulad Laim, so I consider myself from Dakhla. I'm maybe 5th generation. Western Sahara is very important. And I see personally Western Sahara, especially after the last United Nations resolution, the October resolution, Western Sahara should be a problem resolved. But it has become a problem. It is very difficult to say it. At my generation, I can see it. We tried the best we can. For instance, Mauritania, I'm sorry, quickly. When Spain, November 74, 10 days before Franco died, agreed with Mauritania and Morocco to have 25%, 28% of Sahara to Mauritania, the rest to Morocco. Everyone agreed. And
apart from Algeria and Sahrawi. And so on.
Algeria have not made a reservation formally. When they have to be signed, yes, the Algerian president, the Mauritanian president went to see him in Tindouf, and Algeria has a long problem, border problem with Morocco in the north. They signed them. They signed the agreement, Niyat Lems. Morocco parliament has not endorsed it. Algerians were asking Morocco to endorse it. King Hassan II, has not said yes, he has not said no. But they have signed it. So for Algerians who have supported Mauritania to see that Mauritania is siding with Morocco and Spain was unacceptable. And the president of Mauritania, they did to regroup all Moorish people. As I told you, we have a number of Mauritanians who are from background Sahara. So Algerians took it badly. The war started. Mauritania is weaker than a province of Algeria or Morocco. We were the first to be defeated, which is totally normal. And withdraw. And the first agreement we signed, which I find is normal, when you are defeated, we signed what else? So we put that we have been defeated and we withdraw, we adopt a position of strict neutrality.
Ah, okay.
Strict neutrality.
Okay,
that was August 79, but later one party forced us to say we are neutral. We took out strict neutrality. Again, we are weak and it is not a problem.
But you are in the table now of the negotiations with the Staffan de Mistura.
Yes, Mauritania is on the table. As I told you, I have been a long time not official, so I'm socially there. If the president who is from traditional family, which is important in our countries, were listening to me, we will not even attend. And we have a good UN representative, who is Italian, by the way. Yeah. and I always tease him because we work together in the UN. If Mauritanian, my government, listened to me, we will not even attend a meeting. We have been there, we have been defeated, we are smaller. We leave it Morocco, Algeria.
Ah, okay.
Because to me, it is between Morocco and Algeria.
For us too.
Yeah. Huh?
For us too.
No, I mean, I respect the population, but it is between the two countries who are important, and they have to find agreement to integrate, to solve. Algeria has a large territory, the largest since the collapse of Sudan. The largest African country today is Algeria.
Okay, thank you,
So
Mr.
they should. I think Italy is the only country which is not, of course, related to gas, which is neutral on this. But Spain has recognized Morocco, Portugal,
France
Germany,
and so on, yes.
France, UK, US. It is not Israel. It is all countries, because it is a matter of fact, Morocco is 39 million. Sahrawi, I belong to them, are not 500,000. So even if Sahrawi were anti-Moroccan, the Moroccan are so many, you cannot avoid it. And especially the notability, the bourgeoisie is pro-Moroccan.
Yes, thank you. We will discuss again after in the second round table about these themes. And now we have a coffee break, please. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Ah, d'accord, ok. Oui, Libye, moi, j'aurais pas fait. Mais sur le Sahara.
I have a legal problem. I ask my son to sue you because you expose me.
so, dipende qua, sto cercando di monitorare. Se mi vedi alzare, perdonami, non è per scortesia. No, io sto aspettando e poi mi regolo, quindi nel caso, perdonatemi se non ho questo.
Ovviamente non posso prendere la bicicletta per venire qua stamattina in Lubiana, quindi vediamo
Ecco il tuo scarpa.
Yes.
La scarpata.
Sì, ho visto.
Andava bene la prima
È andato
parte?
bene, sì, secondo me.
No, niente. Solo ad aria come al solito. No, la mattina quando una roba più interessante. Sì.
La definizione di un
Sì, è bello.
secondo me
Sì. No, io niente.
io non ho capito niente, forse dopo le ultime cose, tu sentivi meglio.
No, no, poi dopo parlare.
دير كيما يسموها لي زاميريكان يقول لك شموتس
Ah,
تشموتس تعرف
ça me dit quelque
تدير لي كونيسونس سي ليكسبريسيون سي شموتسينغ جو كروك سي تاع لي
D'accord. Genre se
Mais
connecter.
c'est faire le... Bon, on était tous... Enfin, il y en a qui savent le faire.
Ouais. Richiamare da lì o construire des connexions.
Ma mi sa che non funziona in libro.
Ah, au début, surtout le début de carrière. Enfin, il y a les plus...
Hello? Yeah. Sorry, it's time to start the second session of this workshop.
Did they call them the hidden players?
I think that we miss Ambassador Barucco. Ah.
Maybe I should say.
So time to open this second session. So we have analyzed so far the way in which the countries of the Maghreb have perceived foreign interference when it comes to crisis and conflict, notably Libya and the Western Sahara. Now it's time to focus a little bit more on two specific cases, the one of Russia and China, and their political and economic influence in the region. We will do that with Tininan El-Kadi, researcher at the University of Oxford. We will delve into China's role, and then with Yahya Zubir, non-resident senior fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, we will investigate the Russian role in the region. I hope that after the kickoff, during the discussion, we will have the time also to mention the role of other actors which are quite active in the Maghreb. I am thinking of the role of the United States under Donald Trump, for example, and something that is not studied too much, the role of the United Arab Emirates, for example, the role in let's say, trying to navigate competition and rivalry between Algeria and Morocco, for example, but also the role of Israel, the role of India, the role of Pakistan, which is quite surprising. We saw some weeks ago this quite striking arm deal signed by Pakistan and Eastern Libyan factions. And Turkey. Yes? And so the aim of this final session is to understand what are the main drivers of foreign interference in the region for non-European actors, how they leverage in the countries of the region, how their presence alters balances on the grounds, how they influence the business environment, the climate of investment, then how their role interact with the sovereignty first approach of of the countries of the region with the rising diplomatic assertiveness we have seen over the past few years, and then if and where, in which sectors are potential synergies and convergences and complementarities among these different national approaches. So let's start with China. So with Dr. El Kadi, please.
Okay. Great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm always happy to be in Italy. I rarely say no to invitations here, not just because of the food. So I would like to start by briefly interrogating the title of this session. So I had a few issues with hidden players. Catherine, I know you spoke a bit about that, but I think that the title can be misleading, right? We're discussing two major powers. China is a top-tier trading partner to all North African countries, has been the case for over a decade. China is also, has deep historical ties with these countries, played a major role in the anti-colonial struggle, including helping the FLN with its independent struggle against France. When we're talking about Russia, and I'm sure Yahya will talk more about it, it is the main supplier of military equipment to Algeria, and these are not hidden relations. They're very much visible strategic partnerships. And I know you explained this by the fact that, unlike the EU, these countries don't have clear policy documents defining their intentions towards the Maghreb. So the EU has now its new pact for the Mediterranean and other similar documents before that. But the reason why I think China does not have a clear policy document guiding its engagement with the Maghreb is not to hide its strategy in the Maghreb, and I think it's more because the Maghreb is frankly not important for China's global projections, right? The Maghreb fits broadly within the Arab world. It has published its famous 2016 Arab policy that defines China's engagement with the broader MENA region. And here, the Gulf is much more important than the Maghreb in terms of trade, in terms of investment, including in the high-tech sector. Increasingly, Gulf states are emerging as key partners of China in the AI sphere. But the Maghreb remains insignificant. Like when we look at FDI stocks, Chinese FDI stocks in the region are below 0.3% of China's global FDI. And when we're talking about trade, it's still very much peanuts, right? So I think there is a lack of documents, clear documents, mainly because of the Maghreb's lack of significance. The main policy document, if we want to better understand China's engagement with the Maghreb, is to be found within the framework of FOCAC. This is the Forum of China-Africa. And this is documents that are published regularly. So every 5 years or so, you'd have a new document. The latest was published in 2024. And it very much defines China's objectives with the African continent as a whole. I think, so basically, since the turn of the century, that is since the early 2000s, China has become a much more active actor in the region. This is driven by some of China's domestic policies, like the going out policy, 走出去, which was adopted just before China's accession to the WTO. And this came at a time when the EU's vision towards the Maghreb and North Africa more broadly was becoming very much narrow and focusing on migration and security. Well, Beijing came to the region with a different paradigm that very much focuses on business, on economic ties, on investing in large-scale infrastructural projects, and so on. And so I've spoken during my PhD fieldwork a few years ago to some Algerian policymakers trying to make sense of China's presence in the region. And, you know, a policymaker that I won't name basically told me that the EU's approach to Algeria and the Maghreb more broadly focused on the major 3 M's strategically, and these are migration, migration, and migration. And, you know, when you have an actor like China coming to the place and just seeing it kind of as a market with potential, you know, firms and, you know, states ordering or procuring large-scale infrastructural projects, you know, China has very much framed its engagement with the Maghreb and the rest of Africa as a potential opportunity for development. So it's very much a different vision that allows for more opportunities. I'm not saying that it is an equal relationship. It obviously not. Like, you know, we're talking about a huge economic power and a few middle-income countries with unsophisticated economies largely. And so it obviously creates asymmetries. But in terms of vision and approach, I think it's a different paradigm that has kind of excited North African leaders. I see 3 main axes that have led to a convergence of interest between the Maghreb and China, and which can eventually explain the huge success of Beijing in the region and more broadly in the global south. So when it comes, so the 3 are like the economic convergence of interest, the political convergence of interest, and a third point that's intertwined, and that's like the geopolitical vision and how kind of interests align in terms of reshaping and restructuring the global south. I'm going to start with economic ties. So the main reason China is present in the Maghreb from the Chinese perspective is not for big dominance or competing with the French or doing anything like that, but it's primarily because China has excess capacity. And this basically means that Chinese firms produce more goods than they can sell within their domestic market. And so starting from the early 2000s, there's been a big push for Chinese firms to try and find new markets. And developing countries have been key recipients of Chinese firms. From the Maghrebi side, the important thing was that a lot of these countries were looking for cheap goods and cheap infrastructure, and China could provide that, right? So when it comes to building infrastructure, Chinese firms have played a big role helping Algeria catch up in terms of highways. So there is the East-West Highway, the big, great new mosque of Algiers, which looks really fancy. If you have the chance to go to Algiers, it's worth visiting. A lot of social housing in Algeria, for instance, was built by Chinese firms. And the reason was that, you know, these firms could do the job at a fraction of the cost than most Italian, Spanish, or French firms. And they could also bring their own funding. So China has and had and still have rather deep pockets. And so they can not only come with cost-competitive infrastructure and goods, but they can help countries fund that. So the China Exim Bank, the China Development Banks have been important providers of capital that help countries in the Maghreb catch up in terms of infrastructure. In terms of trade, we see obviously patterns of unequal exchange. Trade has very much boomed between China and North Africa in recent years. It went from nothing to about 35 billion annually. I'm counting Egypt here. So the Anglo-Saxon bias, Egypt is always part of the story in the UK. But it's, you know, it's a lot of countries in North Africa buying finished manufactured goods and then selling unprocessed energy and like agricultural goods. So it's in many ways reproducing unequal trade and similar trade patterns that countries in the Maghreb have with the EU. When it comes to investment, there's the idea that China is a big investor in the region. It actually isn't. It's a very small investor, much smaller than the EU. A lot of what we're seeing is infrastructural procurement. So it's capital going from these governments to Chinese firms. So when Algeria builds a big stadium or the mosque I just mentioned, it's the Algerian government paying Chinese firms to acquire the infrastructure, right? So China is a very small investor. The EU is still a much more significant investor in that sense, though in recent years, especially since the launch of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, we're seeing more Chinese firms investing in the ICT sector, the digital sector, a lot of like 4G networks built by Huawei, for instance, across the region, but also in renewables. And here Egypt and Morocco are emerging as key countries attracting Chinese investments in low carbon industries. And a lot of that, and I can explain this later, is to circumvent a lot of the restrictions and the sanctions imposed by the EU and the US. So it's about finding third markets to, there's this triangulation. So let's say China wanting to export clean vehicles to the EU, the tariff from the EU is now around 100%, and so it would manufacture these EV cars in Morocco mainly, or Egypt, and export them to the EU market, benefiting from the free trade agreements that are in place between these countries and North Africa. So the second big theme of strategic alliance between the Maghreb and China is definitely the politics and China's norm of non-interference. The leaders in the Maghreb, including also North Africa and Egypt, are very much attracted by China's political model. The fact that the country managed to achieve spectacular growth while maintaining kind of a stronghold on power is a very attractive model to these countries. And on top of that, China has applied this kind of non-interference approach. So even during the Arab Spring, countries across the region could count on Beijing's support to the status quo. And China was learning a lot in the process, and how to engage, how to change its investment patterns, and so on. So there's a lot of learning happening at the same time. But so in Algeria, for instance, during the Hirak movement in 2019, the Algerian regime could rely on China's unwavering support. And so even when the EU the EU Parliament, for instance, issued some condemnation regarding political prisoners, Chinese ambassadors were always really quick to call for non-interference in domestic affairs. However, as Delia mentioned earlier, the EU's stand on the genocide in Gaza has very much tarnished the image of the EU as a supporter of human rights. So for a lot of the political elites that are not connected to power circles in the Maghreb, the EU had this advantage of like doing clean business and respecting human rights more than other actors. But in recent years, and mainly due to Gaza, I would say, this image has been severely tarnished. The third point of kind of convergence of interest between China and the Maghreb, and it very much connects to the second one, is how Maghrebi countries and China are part of this restructuring of the global order driven by the Global South and restructuring the architecture of the Global South with China as its leader, right? And so a lot of the countries in the Maghreb, like is the rest of Africa, have tended to vote alongside China in multilateral forums, in multilateral organizations. There's a lot of coalition building happening when it comes to international questions. And then in return, leaders in Beijing and the Chinese Communist parties could count on the support of countries in the Maghreb when it comes to Xinjiang or when it comes to Taiwan. And that's a key question. So like, even though Xinjiang is obviously populated by Muslims, we haven't seen any strong condemnation by governments in North Africa, the situation there. And that's obviously for like kind of strategic reasons. Then what we also see is that lately, and this point I mentioned, with all these sanctions against Chinese goods and manufactured goods, there is a restructuring of global value chains, with production going increasingly through these countries in the Maghreb and kind of helping China circumvent some of the sanctions imposed on on them. So broadly speaking, I mean, to conclude, I think I'm probably over time. I think it's important to try and understand China beyond this idea that it is a threat. I think that for the EU, actually, a lot of the infrastructure built by the Chinese in the region helps. Sometimes European firms operate in the country. There's so many cases of that. When it comes to the internet, but also roads and ports being built that have helped European firms. I think that definitely from the perspective of North African countries, China just brings more bargaining power. So while historically, the EU was kind of the only player in town, now countries have more opportunities and more leverage to say, you know what, if the EU is not willing to help us do this or collaborate in this, we're just going to seek help from the Chinese. And so it has empowered a lot of the governments in the region. So far, the EU's approach has tried to shift in recent years as the global gateway project that tries to invest more and think more about infrastructure. It very much mimics the Belt and Road Initiative, and it's very much the EU's response to China's Belt and Road Initiative. But I think it shouldn't be always framed as kind of how can the EU succeed in the region, but think more of the interests of these countries and phrase things in developmental terms to try and kind of create this convergence of interest instead of kind of sometimes infantilizing countries in the region and kind of discussing them as just third players in this global competition. I think that phrasing things around the interests of countries in the Maghreb could really help improve EU-Maghreb relations. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you, Tinin Han. Now it's time.
My turn.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much for inviting me, especially seeing some old faces, longtime friends, Sylvia and Valeria. And thank you, Katerina, for the kind invitation. I had worked on Russia for a long time, on Soviet Union in the Maghreb in the past. And it's difficult to see what might be different except for the absence of ideology, if we want to talk in these terms. But to make things clear, Russia has been present in the country for a long time. You can go back centuries. So it is not new. So it's a relevant actor in the Maghreb, whether one likes it or not, but it's not a transformative one. It's an actor, it's a player. I'll try to explain why. It has an influence, it's persistent, but it's more symbolic, diplomatic and political perhaps, but it's structurally limited. Tirhinan was talking about how China comes with a lot of capital, or even if it's the money comes from the treasury, Algerian treasury, and so on, for all those meta projects, but it doesn't. But it has another role that it plays, and I will try to show that when I take with the bilateral relations. Because I have to tell you one thing that I have been saying for a long time, and for a long time, the Maghreb is not seen as a unit. The Chinese don't see the Maghreb, not even the Mediterranean, as a concept. If you look at the whole literature of China on the region, the Mediterranean is absent. So they have bilateral relations, just like Russia does the same. And during the Cold War, in the old days, the United States did not see the Maghreb as an entity, as such. It saw it bilaterally, bilateral relations. Morocco is a close ally, Algeria is the pro-Russian, and so on and so forth. And what I try to show is that Algeria is no ally of Russia. I heard the term earlier that Algeria is Russia's ally. It is not the case, and I'm willing to debate on that point. I don't need to, because I'm limited by time, I don't like to go into why the region is important. The Maghreb is at the intersection of the Mediterranean, the Sahel, Europe, and so on. This is one of the major factors. And also, the presence is exaggerated. And what I try to argue here is that it's not that important, if you wish. From a Russian perspective, perhaps yes, especially at the time of sanctions and, you know, when you want to legitimate your relations, have more diplomatic contacts and all. And the Maghreb is also important because it weighs in certain multilateral institutions, you know, the African Union and so on and so forth. And while since 2021, and especially since 22 with the Ukraine situation, the presence is there. But Russia's policy falls into the context of Africa because since 2014, the Russians had moved into, had developed a policy towards Africa, part of which is, of course, the Maghreb. In 2019, as you know, you had the Sochi, you know, the summit, Africa Summit, the Russia-Africa Summit, and so on. So how does it play? Because Russia does not have as many instruments in the region. The first pillar is security cooperation. That's one of the first pillars, in my view, that is arms exports and military training. I know everyone is thinking about Algeria, but it's not just Algeria. The second is energy and food security, or food diplomacy. But for the Maghrebis, it is food security. By the way, you have to look at the agency of the Maghrebis. This is why when people say, the Russians are coming, they're taking over and all that. The Maghrebis themselves, especially since the Arab Spring, they started looking elsewhere because Europe was putting pressure and, you know, conditionality, this and that. And the Maghrebis said, hey, we have to look somewhere else. So they started looking east, that is the Gulf, and the Far East, that is China, and also Russia. It's a matter of counteracting the pressure from Europe and so on and so forth. And it has also, it comes like the Chinese, by the way, and I will try, if I have time, I'll try to show the differences between China and Russia. But on this point, there is the equivalent, the narrative. It's the same. They use the same, you know, non-interference and so on and so forth. It's always there. Opposition to Western interventionism and support for multipolarity. That's how Russia comes with. But Russia does not have, when I talk about the toolkit, it doesn't have the means. It doesn't come with the meta projects or seeking integration into a broader regional economic framework, okay? There's no Belt and Road, a Russian Belt and Road initiative. It doesn't exist. Russian involvement or engagement is bilateral, it's flexible and opportunistic. This is my view of how Moscow works in that sense. It works around this fragmentation that exists, you know, in the region, and then it tries, you know, it doesn't try rather to overcome them or try to mediate or do, you know, it takes one actor at a time. You will see there's a difference between Algeria and Libya and Morocco and Tunisia and the agency. This is, you know, what the local actors, you know, have in their, you know, how they perceive the presence of these outside actors. Algeria, the big one. Where's she told me, I told her I would answer your question. All right. In any case, Algeria is the strategic anchor in the Maghreb. I mean, there is no question. I responded to Rubio, Marco Rubio, when he wanted Algeria to be punished and all that. I wrote a piece. I don't know whether he read it or not, but I wanted to teach him a lesson in history. You know, why does Algeria have weapons from Russia? Nobody can answer the question, right? Well, the research shows why. It happened after the Sand Wars. The Sand Wars between Morocco and Algeria. The Algerians went to France first and asked for weaponry. They were turned down. They asked from the United States. They were turned down. The United States wanted Algeria, the post-independence wanted to give them, some little weapons and so on, but nothing to upset the balance, of the ally in the West. So Boumediene at the time in 1963, he was Minister of Defense. He flew to Moscow, and that's how the relationship started. The military relationship started, and it has grown. But I will say now, because I know I don't have time. You will see there are periods where the Algeria is the last figure. The CIPRI, it was 70% of its equipment comes from Russia. There are times when it's only 48%. So there's agency. The Algerians, do you know who the second one is today? The second one is China today. Who is the third? Germany. And Italy is not very far behind in terms of supply of weapons to Algeria. This is just to tell you that, to think that Algeria is dependent is not, it's totally dependent on Russia is not the case. But it's the only place where it could get the weapons that are necessary for its security. Don't forget, Algeria has seven borders, 7 countries around it. It's huge. It's the largest country in Africa. So it needs a lot of equipment and so on and so forth. So it is the best customer. I mean, there's no question. Even globally, I think it ranks 3rd in the world after China and India. So it's 4th. In terms of weaponry from Russia, but it is one should not exaggerate or overstate the partnership between Russia and Algeria. One thing somebody mentioned it with the Sahel, the Algerians had a big problem with the Russians, but it's something that they discussed in private. The last one, they did it with Bogdanov, who is no longer in charge, Moscow's specialist on the Middle East and North Africa. But the Algerians, they have, in their diplomacy, they are very quiet. It has to be done in a subtle way. But when, with Ukraine, because Algeria has also good relations with the Ukraine, the Algerians abstained. They took a similar position as China. Almost exactly word for word. In other words, we are against foreign interventions, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, one has to take into consideration the security of others. One can interpret it whichever way. But at the same time, you will see, not just Algeria, but the other Maghreb states, they haven't pivoted away from Europe. Tin Hainan just told you. I mean, it's peanuts what we have with China. Although China now is Algeria's, main supplier, trade supplier. But if you look at the investments and so on, Europe, the reason why I poked you and said Turkey, Turkey's investment in Algeria is higher than China, who is Algeria's best friend, close, So one has to be quite correct. So I had one time I did an article, and there was, a graph, and you see the European Union like this, and China is just there. When you compare, the trade volume and so on and so forth. So there's no common measure. Libya. Libya is, well, Algeria, represent, if you wish, what I call a strategic convergence without bloc alignment. I mean, if you know anything about Algeria's doctrine, anything about Algerian foreign policy, we have partners with everybody. Strategic, comprehensive strategic partnership with China, strategic partnership with Russia, strategic partnership with the United States. So that's the way it is. And I don't think it is something that will change in anytime soon. Libya, I will not spend, I have a whole thing on Libya, but it's security leverage. And Russia plays both sides. In other words, we discussed with the East and the West, although there's a preference for the East, for Haftar, because Haftar, deals with them, and there is in the West you have Qatar and Turkey and so on. So Russia is rather limited. With Morocco, it's pragmatic distance. That was a choice. If you know about Morocco's foreign policy of the past, Hassan II always had good relations with the Soviet Union. Unlike Bourguiba, for instance, who did not have diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. He was very anti-communist and so on and so forth. So there are relations, but Morocco is anchored in the West. But there is, I would call it a transactional relationship. If you want to talk about oranges and mandarins and so on, they come from Morocco, and there are a few other exchanges, but it is limited because of the agency. Morocco doesn't want it to go very far, and the Russians are very much aware. Look at their position on the Western Sahara. The Western Sahara, they don't recognize the autonomy, but they abstained at the Security Council. This is just one example. Regarding Tunisia, it's not much, but Tunisia today is very dependent on Russia as far as the grains are concerned. So food security is very important, and the relationship is not that important. There is in Mauritania, and I know my old friend, Mr. Abdullah, would agree with me, I hope. Russia's interest in Mauritania centers on three areas: fisheries access along the Atlantic coast, mining potential, and security dialogue related to the Sahel. But the Mauritanians also are very careful on how far their relationship with Russia can go. How much time do I have?
I don't know, but you can take it.
Okay, thank you. You are very kind. So I wanted to compare a little bit, and please correct me when I'm wrong. When you compare China and Russia in the Maghreb, the reason I did this was for you, Katerina. If you recall, you had asked me to do both, right? So I did it anyway, because that's how my mind works. So they are fundamentally different in nature. The nature of their engagement is different. China operates as a systemic economic actor, which wants to reshape the infrastructure, trade, industrial capacity through long-term, investments works, mega works, and so on, mega projects, and financing. Russia operates differently. It operates as a political and security actor in the region. It exploits the gaps rather than building structures. It doesn't. So it's very opportunistic as a foreign policy that Russia has in the region. So the key point here is that Russia does not compete with China for economic primacy in the Maghreb. It is competing politically, seeking the relevance rather than hegemony or dominance. It doesn't do that. So Russia has many constraints in the region, in the Maghreb. They are structural. Economically, it cannot match, as I said, it cannot match the European Union, China, the Gulf, not even Turkey right now. So the sanctions imposed on Russia have limited the financial transactions, and there is no long-term investment. Regionally, fragmentation, particularly the conflict between Algeria and Morocco, prevents any collective framework that Russia could leverage. So I want to give you a little outlook for the little minutes I have. Looking ahead, I think Russia is likely to maintain the same trajectory. It's going to remain the same. Algeria would remain the main anchor in the Maghreb. Libya will continue to serve as a security node. Tunisia and Mauritania will remain functional partners, whereas Morocco will stay compartmentalized in the region. So I have these five. There is no indication, from my perspective, that Russia will or can transform this engagement into a coherent regional strategy. Instead, its approach will remain adaptive, selective, and constrained. In conclusion, Russia's engagement with the Maghreb in the last 5 years or so illustrates how a sanctioned power, because Russia is a sanctioned power, can sustain relevance without hegemony. How do I remain active, have a role, and not be seen as a hegemon or as seeking hegemony in the region? So Moscow's influence is real, but uneven. It's anchored in security relationships and diplomatic symbolism rather than economic transformation. So for the Maghreb states, this is important, Russia represents neither an alternative model nor a dominant patron, but a useful counterweight in a diversified foreign policy landscape. The region is not choosing sides. It is navigating multipolarity. So this is very important to understand the distinction, to avoid exaggerating this, the role of Russia in the region, and to appreciate the enduring agency of the Maghreb states in a contested global order. I wrote a small piece, Delia, you must have seen it, right when Trump came, and what is the Maghreb going to do? And I gave my opinion on different, each Maghreb state. And you come to the conclusion, they're all, leave me alone. If I can take something from someone. Except that today some are worried. I heard that the Spaniards are worried that Morocco will go into Trump's sort of Trumpian, chaotic, policy. But other than that, I think all are in a situation of wait and see, being afraid that the guy in the White House would come up and do something nasty, and that they will pay for something that they don't want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. So I invite Ambassador Armando Barucco, Secretary General of the European University Institute in Florence, to open the discussion with the first comment. Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. I also see a lot of faces and friends, because apart from being ambassador to Morocco for 4 years and a half, I was for 6 years the director of policy planning, and I see my successor Pietro there. And we actually launched this exercise of cooperation with the ISPI and with other think tanks in support of discussion and reflection about Italian foreign policy. So I'm very happy to be here, even if in a completely different position. I have a lot of comments about what was said, but I will abstain rigorously, and I said this to Caterina, of speaking about Morocco and Western Sahara. I spent 4 years and a half dealing with this issue, and it's something that is not even appropriate that I go there. But, there is a but, and there is something about, I think it was Dr. Kadi that raised the issue about the title of this seminar. And I think there is something very important that we have to understand. And I understand that for obvious reason, and actually you have to contain a little bit the discussion. You have to restrict the discussion. But, and this is my opinion, you cannot speak about the Maghreb, and you cannot have a proper discussion about the Maghreb without understanding the significance of the Sahel and how much the situation in Sahel and the relationship that all the countries in Northern Africa, and in particular the two countries that have been mentioned more than any, Algeria and Morocco, have with the Sahel. And there was a lot of discussion about, you know, there was, I think all students, perhaps of my age, remembered what is called the Cecchini report, the cost of non-integration in Europe, the cost of non-Europe. And there is a lot of debate going on, and which is actually very appropriate, which is actually the cost of non-integration between the Maghreb states, and especially between the two countries, Algeria and Morocco, in which on one side you have incredible natural resources, and like Algeria, and on the other side you have human capital, services, and excellent actually universities and places. And so you can see immediately this how the integration between these two big countries can actually support very much could actually support very much the stability of the area. But then the whole issue that what is happening now, and this is one of the big question mark, and we go to afterwards to the role of foreign actors, and the reality that the relationship with Algeria and Morocco are very much affecting the whole stability of the Sahel. There is actually a competition for all support or for influence in the area, in which there is a sort of veto coming and initiatives that are coming towards the different actors. You can think immediately of the situation in Mali and what happened with the putsch and coup d'etat, but then we can go further also with example from other countries. And what is happening that this competition between these two actors that are actually, that every data and the statistics and fundamental see that the advantage, the enormous advantage of their cooperation, but then history and politics dictate differently. And actually what is actually the kind of negative impact that the competition between these two actors is having in general on the Sahel. Then you can dispute from the Moroccan point of view or the Algerian point of view who is actually the negative actor, etc. And this is a very long discussion. But as a matter of fact, there is the negative impact of this competition in this very fragile and important area. And I said this because, of course, this is something that has been organized to provide thought for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and this policy. And you understand how much the stability, the flows, the smuggling, and what is happening in the Sahel area is very much at the heart of the concern of the Italian government, not only of the current government, but has been for the past 7, 8, 9, 10 years of all Italian governments, and of course also of all European governments. So this was a little bit, I would say, my starting point, and the fact that when we speak of Maghreb and the relevant and important part of the Maghreb, we must actually think of an area which is basically considering also Sahel. I'm a former ambassador of Sudan. I also see impact there, but let's not go too long, okay, or too far, okay? But then you could see, and this is something that you must understand about the borders in the area. There are no real borders in the area. And you can see people coming in Morocco from Mali, Niger, and crossing through Algeria, and without having actually to present any kind of documents, just enough that they actually travel with herders, and they help the herders actually. And this is something that we see normally happening, even in a country who has an incredible control of its territory like Morocco. So this is the first very important point. And then, and it has to do really with the fragilization of the area, and that is actually affecting directly EU and Italy and other countries' interest of security and stability. Another point that I actually wanted to raise about what we could call actually ourselves as actors in the area. No way. EU, when there is one thing that it happens not only, of course, in Morocco, but in any country, when the EU is not really seen as an actor. It's considered an actor from the economic point of view, development point of view, etc., etc. Moroccans are very polite in general because they have a long tradition of diplomacy, etc. They have been a state for 1,100 years, more or less. So they are very polite and they have a very professional diplomacy, etc. But then at the end of the day, for them, as with all of the countries of the Maghreb, is divided impera. Okay? EU is okay for certain stuff, not the most important, but the real stuff is with the state, with the member states of the European Union. And you could see that every time we tried, for instance, for the war in Ukraine, we had to do several démarches, and every time it was asked actually to do that jointly. It's not for them, it's not a diplomatic praxis that European Union and the single member states can go together to make a joint démarche. And so everything must be done individually and considering that still the states. The point. So the EU is of course, like everywhere else, considered mostly an economic actor. The US, I don't want actually, I will come back to one very important point that will actually end these comments. The US is the erraticity, which is not coming with the Trump presidency, but it has become, I would say, the most defining actor of Mr. Trump presidency, the erraticity. And then the fact that you don't have anymore on any issue a clear understanding, or some issue you can have, but they are not the issue that we are comfortable with. But you cannot have a clear understanding and comprehension of US foreign policy and some of the directives, the fundamentals of US foreign policy. And I challenge anybody on this issue. And then I don't want actually to discuss to other acts. I prefer to go directly to those countries that we see that are becoming main actors, so that according to the title of the seminar are becoming the actors and the main actors in the Maghreb. I will go with the easiest one, the Gulf countries. There is a very open competition going on of influence and impact in all the Maghreb countries, in which the United Arab Emirates are much more structured and capable, but also seen with much less sympathy than other actors. And the Qatari are very good in terms also of diplomacy. The United Arab Emirates, in several states, they have an incredible ability of investment and ability to mobilize big capitals. And if you see a little bit, we were discussing about the investments and the numbers, as it was correctly said, the numbers of China in the Maghreb are not relevant at all. But then if you look at the investments of the United Arab Emirates, in several countries, they are very relevant and very important, and they have a natural ability actually to mobilize these capitals. In certain sectors, and you must understand that this sector, for instance, is state property. state development. They are very good in this kind of thing. So they have a role, but at the same time, they can play in some countries the ability to the relationship that is a very strong factor that everybody that looks at the Maghreb and the relationship with the Gulf must take into account. It's the solidarity between monarchy. You must never forget that this is extremely strong, still extremely strong. And then a second point that is also extremely strong, and this is not only related, of course, to Morocco, but to all countries, security, security, security. And it's not a mystery that the best software infrastructure for security and control through the net and through the digital world comes from Israel. And of course, what you have that several countries, they need and they cooperate with Israel on this issue. So for Morocco, it's not only, for instance, an issue related to, it's not only an issue related to the largest Jewish community in the Mediterranean after Jerusalem, that was actually the Moroccan, but it is also an issue related to the control of the net and control of the press and the opinions, etc. And this is the same for all the countries, and it is especially the same for the Gulf country. And also under that point of view, under this point of view, there is a natural solidarity and a common point of view, a common sense between all the elites in the Maghreb, with some differences according to countries, and with the Gulf, and with the countries of the Gulf. Then I come to China. And now perhaps I would come to Russia first, because I want to conclude a little bit with China to do some, I wouldn't say recommendation or proposal, but something that perhaps should actually bring us back to the fundamentals, to the big directives of foreign policy and the current situation in these countries. If you go to Russia, I fully agree with what was said by Professor Zubair. It's actually political security, and at the same time, this narrative on which they have built a big part of their foreign policy with the third world, which is non-interference. And so the easiness for all of these countries, in which in a big part they are sort of, I would say, how do we call them? Authoritarian democracy or dictatorship or whatever you can call it. But of course, there is much more, they are much more at ease in relating to a country in which the first principle is non-interference, okay? Then there are some very interesting facts about the Russian presence in the country. Russia is still one of the main producers of coal in the world, and several Maghreb countries in terms of energy, especially those who don't have actually big natural reserves, they need desperately Russian coal. And it is still a large part of the economy, etc., is actually relying on Russian coal. So it's true, everything you said is true, but then there is a little question mark about also they still maintain a capacity of having some economic influence on this issue, on the fact that they are a big provider of coal.
And grain.
And grain, of course, and then grain and the cereals. And the cereals, okay. Yeah. China, and I would like to actually close with that. As we said, my previous, before Morocco and before being director of the policy planning unit at the ministry, I was ambassador to Sudan. And of course, it pains me very much to see what is happening now in Sudan and the inability of the international community to play any role there. But then there are lessons that could be learned about the destabilization of the country. And there is a very simple concept that we have to look very much in actually what China has been doing in Sudan. I don't want to be too hard, but Sudan had become a sort of colony, economic colony of China. And so there is a concept that I think is extremely important, considering also, if I think, I found extremely funny the first comment that President Trump said after, you know, the putsch in Venezuela, what they did. And now, what was it, the first thing that he said? Now we will manage the oil of Venezuela, okay? And then what he said about Greenland, the first thing. And then they have incredible resources, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a part of the narrative that goes to his own public, no? His audience like to listen to this thing. But, and then I come to my point, for those of us who have served, have known Africa for a long time, et cetera, the studies about colonialism, it was very much about 3 basic moves that you must do as a colonial power. First of all, you destroy the economy of the country, because you need an economy to buy your own products. And it is the famous case of the UK with the Indian Kashmir shawl. First thing, you destroy the economy. So you create a space for your own products, and then at that point, you have a country that is fully dependent on your economy, and you are allowed to extract all the natural resources that you have. What we have now and what we had in Chinese policy in the past, things are changing. Chinese policies are becoming much more sophisticated, etc. But what has been happening for the past 20, 30 years in many countries, not only in Africa, but especially in Africa, there has been a constant destabilization of the economy, a destruction of the local economy, a destruction of the local principal actors. And this is something that you could actually call as neocolonialism, okay? I don't see this real danger in Maghreb, because some countries, I would say in the whole of Maghreb, some countries, for instance, Morocco, they are much more structured. They have an inner strength in terms of services. And some countries like Algeria has the strength of their own natural resources and their power. But then, in a world that is going more and more towards competition, and in which the relationship between countries is based on the kind of resources that you can extract and the kind of power relation that you can establish, this is something that we must look with a lot of concern. And one of the recommendation things that could occur, the more we work with the local big economic actors, the more we are capable of establishing economic relation, of actually establishing links with the big national economic actors in this country, the more we contribute to the stabilization of the country and to policies that actually can serve as a general stabilization of the area. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't speak too much.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Ambassador. So now we have around half an hour for your comments, reactions, or questions. So please raise your name tag. I already see Federica Saini Fasanotti, Lorenzo, Morselli. Okay, a lot of people. So we will start with Federica Saini Fasanotti.
Hello, everyone. So I would like to listen a little bit more about private military companies. I mean, they are so important, and as Ambassador Baruco was rightly saying, the Sahel is so connected to the Maghreb. There are no borders, and we have seen, I've been following private military companies now, you know, from few years, and they are hyperactive in the Sahel. They are disrupting entire societies. A scandal came out just last week about what Russians are doing in Mali and to the society. The number of deaths has skyrocketing, and so Russia is one of, you know, the protagonists in this way, and So if we have a Sahel in this condition, and we have seen already from 2019 the Wagner Group present in Libya and what it did on the terrain, this is a question for the speakers, what can we focus for the future, given the fact that private military companies, Russian private military companies, are so active on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica. E Lucia Ragazzi.
Thank you. Lucia Ragazzi, working on Sub-Saharan Africa here at ISPI. So my question is also connected to the Sahel. Dr. Zubir, you mentioned that some Maghrebis, especially I understand on the public opinion side, are also turning towards Russia in a moment of distrust towards Europe. I have understood that, but in general, my question is there a sentiment in the Maghreb that resonates in some way, sentiment in public opinion towards Russia in the Sahel? And also from the government perspective, how are Maghreb countries looking and acting towards how Russia is becoming stronger in the Sahel? You mentioned that, but my question is more like, are they taking structural steps, or are they rather waiting for it to arrive to a tipping point and then maybe change again? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Lorenzo Fruganti.
Well, thank you very much. It was really enriching. I personally learned a lot. So mine are two kind of related questions more than a comment. So you've been talking about the role of China and Russia, but we haven't mentioned the BRICS. And more specifically, I would be interested in knowing your view about the diverging outcomes of Algeria and Egypt with respect to their membership in the BRICS during the latest round of enlargement negotiations, because we all know that upon formal requests of Egypt and Algeria, Egypt was eventually granted accession while Algeria was not, even though the country has recently joined the New Development Bank. And it is clear, of course, that the absence of defined or transparent criteria for joining the BRICS obscures, let's say, an understanding of the reasons behind the admission or the exclusion of potential members. So my question is, to what extent would you think that intra-block dynamics, rather than Egypt's and Algeria's attributes alone, were decisive in shaping these two different outcomes? And if yes, which specific dynamics? You may disagree with me, but when it comes to the Algerian case, one of my hypotheses could be that the latent frictions between Algeria and Moscow regarding Russia's military presence in Libya and Mali, and which were mentioned by many of you, might have cooled, let's say, the historically good relations between the two countries and contributed to Russia's withdrawing of its sponsorship of Algeria within the bloc. And my second question is, what are the odds that Algeria will join the BRICS? What are the chances that Algeria will join the BRICS at some point, especially after the acceptance in the new development bank, and the declarations by the foreign minister of Algeria a couple of years ago that declared that this negative, let's say, outcome should not be perceived as a significant setback for the country, but rather as an interim step in a longer-term strategy. And if I have one more, a couple of minutes, Aldo, can I?
Yes, you can.
Professor Zubir, you rightly pointed to the food security as a defining characteristic of the relations between Tunisia and Russia, and I agree with you very much. Something that struck me, and again, you might disagree, is that Russian electoral observers played a prominent role in Tunisia's 2022 legislative elections, as well as during the latest presidential elections in 2024, and these in some way marked a significant shift in the country's international observer, let's say, landscape, where many EU actors were present traditionally, no? So I wonder whether this might, according to you, be the prelude, let's say, for something more consistent going on in the relations between Tunis and Moscow that should worry the European Union. Thanks.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Marta Scaglioni.
Thank you. Marta Scaglioni, working in Tunisia at the University of Milan Bicocca. My question is just a curiosity and very simple. And it's to Professor Zubir. Thank you for the insights into the Russian presence in the region. And I want to talk about a phenomenon which we have been witnessing there, which was very evident, Russian tourism, from one day to the other. after 2011, we have seen like streets flooded with Russian tourists and, I don't know, people speaking Russian, like vodka in the bars. And I wonder, like, is it like a soft tool, like soft power tool, or are we, as you said, we are projecting too much agency or like meta-analysis to what Russia is doing in the region? So why did they open so many like flights? And it was like exactly after 2011. Thanks.
Thank you, Marta. Paola Morselli.
Hello, Paola Morselli, working here at ISPI on Asia. And my question regards China a little bit, especially, yes. No, it's on China. You mentioned that China doesn't have a lot of investment in the region, which I do understand and I do get. Do you see the trend shifting a little bit, especially regarding natural resources of the region? Do you think they're going to invest a little bit more also within the more recent trend that China is having within the diversification of their suppliers and of their markets? And the other one I wanted to know, which is a curiosity, an issue that we often find in other parts of Asia. I usually study the other side of Asia and the Belt and Road Initiative in Southeast Asia and South Asia. And a common issue is debt or indebtedness. I don't want to go into the debt trap discourse because it's a whole other issue. But one thing I wanted to know is how are they dealing with it? It is obviously quicker for them to have access to Chinese funds and to Chinese infrastructure. Is there an issue with that? Is it something that is discussed? And if so, how? Thank you.
Thank you, Paola. I think that there is a last question from Dalia Ganem. Yes.
So, Tutin Hinan, now that we live in an era where a head of state can be kidnapped and just trialed in another country, twofold question. The first one, what do you think is the likelihood of China invading Taiwan in 2026? And the second one is, how do you think the Maghreb state will react to that move?
Okay, so just to summarize, we had a question on private military companies, Russia in the Sahel, Algeria and the BRICS, Tunisia and Russia, Russian tourism in Tunisia, the issue of debt, the potential issue of debt between China and the Maghreb, and the question of Taiwan. So I would like to start with the Tininan, maybe. We have 15 minutes, I would say.
Oops. Thanks a lot for these great questions. I'm going to start with the question on BRICS briefly. As an Algerian, I could see there was like a huge blow for the Algerian regime to not get access to BRICS. It seems that both Russia and China were keen on getting us to the BRICS, but India opposed this, and the Algerian diplomats were negotiating with both their Russian and Chinese friends to try and convince Modi basically to get Algeria in, but it didn't work out. And that the other factor in this is obviously, I mean, Egypt is a more significant economy, like, you know, and the access to the Suez Canal and the sheer diversification of the Egyptian economy, I think made it a more appealing country for BRICS. This being said, so since the rejection, Algerian policymakers have not really expressed the wish to try and apply again. I think it was very much perceived as a humiliating move, and so there's been, like, President Tebboune has said that we're no longer interested in BRICS, from what I know. The question on
the BRICS.
Maybe we let.
Unless you want me to go back later to the BRICS.
Yeah, I was just gonna answer the question on Chinese investments in natural resources in the Maghreb. I think the Maghreb is not seen as a very strategic source of oil and gas for China. It's not. Libya, before the Arab Spring, used to be the key exporter in the Maghreb of oil to China. But since the fall of Gaddafi, numbers have very much plummeted. Now it's like kind of starting to like increase again, but it's still very little compared to what countries like Saudi Arabia or Iran actually export to China. So I don't see much investments in like traditional hydrocarbon energy sources, but we're seeing lots of investment in renewables, and mainly solar. And so China has, in recent years, very much dominated the solar panel sector. It's been heavily exporting, but also now increasingly manufacturing, again, to circumvent some of the trade restrictions imposed on the Chinese economy. And so we're seeing deals mainly in Egypt, also in green hydrogen. The Chinese have a significant, I think, $2 billion, if not more, project in Egypt in green hydrogen, actually in partnership with the Germans. So like you see an alliance here between, you know, European actors and the Chinese. And increasingly in wind as well. There's a project in Morocco led by the Chinese in the wind industry. So yeah, more and more Chinese presence in low carbon industries and renewable energy. Dalia's question, wow, like the $1 million question on Taiwan. It's very much a tricky one. But clearly, the US move in Venezuela just told actors like China and Russia that international law doesn't matter anymore. And I could perfectly see kind of the Chinese being more aggressive regarding Taiwan. But I mean, I think we might see some developments. 2026 might be a bit too early, but I don't have any clear empirical data to answer this. But regarding countries in the Maghreb, I think, you know, there's now this tradition of like countries in the Maghreb just staying silent because we want to have all these alliances with the big powers. So I think it would be quite similar to Russia's invasion to Ukraine. If China was to try and conquer Taiwan, I think it would be pretty similar. So like silence or just not showing up in the room when the UN is voting, it would be, I think, the most likely response.
Thank you. Professor Zubir.
I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I wanted to go back in the same theme. In 2023, both China and Russia gave strong support, and you can imagine also South Africa. And we researchers were wondering why? It was certainly not economic. The big rumor is that it was the UAE that was the main opponent. And as you know now, there is a big conflict between Algeria and the UAE. Because of the role of the UAE, and the ambassador is very correct, the Sahel is very important, and UAE policy has been a policy of destabilization, of fragmentation, and some are saying that it is in cahoots with Israel to do that, to divide countries and so on and so forth. So, this being said, Algeria did, I mean, it was a big blow because Tebboune had said, I have a big surprise for you and good news and so on. And it was true. Both Putin and Xi Jinping gave him the okay, strong support, but then it didn't work. But Algeria, since then, I mean, one time, Tebboune said, le sujet est clos. There is no discussion. However, Algeria did put money in the New Development Bank and did apply as an observer to the SCO. So they may come back to it, not at this point. For me, Algeria was not ready, to be quite honest with you, and I wrote it. It was published in China. I did say it's a good lesson for the Algerians if they should do, should reform the economy to be, a good player within that. But to say that Algeria would never, I don't believe that. I think that Algeria would try to join the club, especially now with what's going on. And it's very complicated, as you know. with the Trump policy and so on. And I agree with the ambassador. If you understand US policy at the moment, please give me a lesson. I'll be your student. The private military companies, you're obviously, who asked the question? You're obviously talking about the Wagner Group. That was a real serious bone of contention between the Algerians and the Russians. And the Algerians took it to the Russians and so on. There is, I don't know how true it is, according to some Algerian officials, that even the change from Wagner to Africa Corps was under the influence of the Algerians. The Algerians made it very clear that they rejected the presence of that group in the Sahel because it made things worse. And even in terms of public opinion, especially because of the media saying that there were violations of human rights and decade and so on and so forth, Russia has tried to keep it under the state control very clearly. And I know that the Russians, I interviewed the Russian officials, they refuse to discuss the matter because they think it's, manipulated from outside, you're creating, giving Russia a bad image and so on and so forth. So that's the best I can give you at this moment. But the Africa Corps is also involved in Libya, and and of course Libya is important for entering the Sahel at the same time. So it's very complex. But the private companies in the Sahel, at least I can tell you the Algerian position is very clearly opposed to that. Some have even argued that the reason why Algeria signed a memorandum of understanding with the United States was to send a message to the Russians that we can change, we can review our relations, and then it was killed. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the memorandum has died between Algeria and the United States. I'm not so sure. Public opinion. I wasn't sure about your question in terms of what measures, if it related to the to these groups, but public opinion, I don't think, at least within the Maghreb itself, has much interest in Wagner or the Africa Corps. But I tell you, Russia, I didn't say it in my presentation, Russia does not have, although there were Russians in the past, especially before we had the civil strife of the 1990s when some Russians were killed and so on. And even during the Cold War, there were some Soviets, there were some mixed couples, Algerians married to Russians and so on. There was a presence, but the Russian presence is not very visible in Algeria. And the Russians were, and I know this for a fact because I interviewed Russian official, high-level official. They're afraid of this Africa Corps, the image that it may project about Russia, especially since the media talk about violations of human rights and so on. The BRICS, I think I answered. Tunisia and Moscow should it worry the UN, the EU? I don't think so. Tunisia is very careful, with Qais, Said. The Tunisians receive, I think, 70% of their military equipment from the United States. I mean, Tunisia with Morocco are the most Western-oriented countries in the Maghreb. So I don't think they would go. Right now, the regime needs food security. They're in really big trouble. And I don't know if Hinan would agree with me, China is not very interested in the Tunisian market. I did a whole study on that, and the Tunisians keep asking, the Chinese to come invest and so on and so forth. The Chinese see it as a very small one and not very attractive to them. Russian tourism. Who asked the question? Because I want to be more specific. Yes, but the Russian tourism where? Because if you're talking about Algeria, Algerian tourism is very limited. And we Algerians brag about having probably the most beautiful country in Africa, which it is. If you have ever been to the Algerian south, you would know what I'm talking about. I'm not being, it's very serious. Go to Jeanette. Well, if you could visit. That's what I said. Yes, if you get the visa, and so now they have the visa, you can have it on the spot if it's linked to. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But it's been a policy since independence. Why it's crazy, but Algerians don't want to develop tourism. Syria developed tourism when it was in crisis. It opened up, but the Algerians refused to do that. So there is not much. Morocco gave free entry to the Chinese, visa-free. If you want to go as a tourist to Morocco as a Chinese, you can enter. And I think Tunisia did the same. So, but Algeria would not do it. Algeria refused to do it with Turkey, as you probably know. The Turks, for instance, I can go to Turkey without visa. Okay? I'm very serious. Because people under a certain age or over a certain age, they can go to Turkey free. And they were expecting the Algerians to reciprocate, and the Algerians refused to reciprocate. So that's, you're not going to see like in Egypt, where if you go to one of the resorts, you see Russian tourists, Russians, the Russians have, whether it's, what do you call it, le blanchiment, money laundering. They bought buildings in the resorts and so on and so forth. In Algeria, you don't have that. Morocco and Tunisia live off tourism, and that is a different story. There are the number of Russian tourists to Tunisia has increased, okay, and to Morocco as well. So, and the Moroccans are. I did some time ago. I think it reached 20,000 or something, or maybe a little bit more. But it's not something that you would say the Russians are here. In Egypt, yes. In the Maghreb, much less. They are not. I will respond to the question on Taiwan. And I know you may hate me later, but if it happens. But I don't think that China would invade Taiwan. Not now. And if you read between the lines what Xi Jinping was saying, it will happen, it will, but not now. How can you present yourself as China, friendly to people, non-interference, against interventionism and so on, and then go and hit an island, which is part of you? People tend to forget it. Taiwan is part of China. And don't accuse me of being pro-Chinese. It is. The basis of U.S.-Chinese relations are the three communiques. The one China policy. So I don't think that the Chinese would do it. China has a great image. I don't know if you've ever seen the opinion polls in the Maghreb, in the MENA region in general. China is very high. It has very good image. So intervening, doing something like going to take Maduro and all that, that would destroy the whole foundation of Chinese foreign policy. This is just speculation on Zubair's part, but I don't think that they will do it. They will have other ways to maybe to bully a little bit and to scare them a little bit, but to invade and get into a war, especially now with all the tariffs and with the U.S. trying to destroy the Chinese economy in a sense, through trade and so on. I doubt it very much.
Thank you. So we have a surprise, a very last question for Tininan from Lorena Stella Martini. Very quick before closing this workshop.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I had a follow-up on the point on China and low carbon tech in the Maghreb. So given that one of the focus of the new pact for the Mediterranean and the cooperation in the Med is also on the energy transition, what do you think about the role of China in the Maghreb in this domain? Like, do you see that there could be a sort of cooperation also on the line of what you were mentioning with Germany, or do you think that this could be another obstacle to the EU developing its cooperation on renewable energy and clean tech with the Maghreb and the development of new value chains in the domain? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a great one, and I think that both the EU and China have different sorts of like comparative advantages in a way. Like the Chinese, when it comes to the hardware or building the infrastructure, providing the solar panels, like, I mean, it's very difficult to compete with them, like when it comes to that, like cost and even quality at this stage. But the Europeans have big advantages in terms of managerial knowledge on standards. If we're talking about ESG, so environmental, social and governance standards, the Europeans have much higher standards, to be honest, and even the Chinese try to learn from them. So I see their role as very much complementary. I think it's just about having the open-mindedness to cooperate, really. And I think that everyone could benefit from kind of just, first of all, accelerating the energy transition. That's very much needed. But at the same time, you know, boosting economic gains. And I don't see European firms really competing in the same segments as the Chinese. So, yeah.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. So I leave the floor to Nicola Missaglia, curator of the Med Dialogues and head of communications and publishing, for his closing remarks.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So I was given 15 minutes, but I promise I won't take more than 5 minutes of your time. I'm sure you're all very tired. It has been a very rich and frankly candid discussion with a lot of food of thought. And so I'll just try to draw a few brief concluding remarks and reflections to close our workshop. So first of all, I think this workshop, which is of course part of a longer process of research and reflection, has achieved what we had hoped for, meaning not to simply reaffirm a European narrative about losing influence in the Maghreb, but to test this kind of narrative against perspective coming from the region, and against, of course, a rapidly changing geopolitical environment. I think what clearly emerged is that the Maghreb is not only a space of competition among external powers, but of course an arena of strategic choice where governments and societies navigate external partnerships in different ways, and in an increasingly interest-driven way. Let me just draw 3 short key takeaways I would try to summarize among this very long and enriching discussion. First central takeaway, I think, is that multipolarity in the Maghreb is no longer emerging. It is definitely already consolidated some way. So Russia, China, Turkey, Gulf countries, to some extent also the United States, especially under Trump, are not perceived as alternatives to Europe, but as parallel and complementary interlocutors, each offering something different. Of course, Russia primarily as a security, military partner, also as a political and ideological actor trying to fill gaps, like I think Professor Zubir remembered, China as an economic, industrial infrastructure supplier, Turkey, Gulf states, we know as political, financial actors, and of course the United States, especially with Trump's renewed activism, is kind of reshaping local calculations about relations, both with the United States and with the West in general. But from a Maghreb perspective, it seems to me this kind of diversification is often seen less than a threat and more as a strategic autonomy kind of perspective. A second point I think is important to raise concerns unresolved conflicts and crises, notably, of course, Libya, the Western Sahara, and of course increasingly the Sahel. Just let's see what's happening in Mali, like also Ambassador Baruko reminded us earlier. And what we heard today, I think, strongly suggests that external actors are not simply exploiting existing crises, but I think what has emerged in our discussion is that the persistence and increasing complexity of these crises is actively sustaining the relevance and the leverage these external actors have. And at the same time, I think what has emerged is that several Maghreb states themselves are instrumentalizing also external alignments which are changing to strengthen their own regional or domestic position. Let's see like how Algeria's politics in the region and towards Europe has changed after the invasion of Ukraine through the energy sectors. And this, of course, this creates a sort of vicious circle because unresolved conflicts, they invite external influence, interference. External interference complicates conflict resolution and increases the quest for security, as we have seen in several countries of the region. And of course, the absence of regional cohesion continues to weaken the Maghreb's collective voice and integration. I think this was a point that has emerged in more than one speech. Although, of course, societies seem to be even much more open than governments are, like Dalia reminded, and Dario Cristiani as well. From this perspective, I think Europe is not a very innocent bystander, and the perception, fair or not, is that Europe has often been too risk-adverse, fragmented, reactive, when and if it has acted somehow, rather than strategic, and some external and regional actors as well, of course, exploiting this European fragmentations. A third message, and the last one I would like to remind from our discussion, is that I think is particularly relevant for the policy paper we are preparing and that will be published soon, is that Europe's traditional toolbox is no longer sufficient. Several speakers in the last session and in the previous one as well implicitly or even explicitly questioned the credibility of Europe's normative leverage, the effectiveness of conditionality without having real incentives, and of course the mismatch between Europe's long-term rhetoric and its short-term policy delivery and coherence, as we were reminded, like the situation in Gaza and how this has tarnished strongly Europe's image, not just in the Maghreb, but in the Maghreb as well, and throughout the world, I would say. So the key issue is not whether Europe should really compete with Russia or China on their own terms, because it cannot, and it probably should not. I think the real question, which we also will try to address in the policy paper, is whether and how Europe can redefine its value proposition towards the region, how it can speak with a greater coherence or just speak in general. And there's the problem with communication, I think, that you have raised several times. And how to engage the Maghreb not just as a neighbor to be stabilized, but as a strategic partner in a very increasingly multipolar Mediterranean. So these were the takeaways, and these insights will directly, as Katharina reminded, feed into our policy paper that will be published in March this year. So our ambition, of course, hers especially, is not to produce another diagnostic document, but trying to offer actionable recommendation for Europe and Italy in particular on how to reposition itself in the Maghreb with realism, credibility, long-term commitment as well. So let me conclude by briefly connecting today's discussion to the Mediterranean Dialogues, which will hold its 12th edition this year in autumn. The dates will be defined soon. Many of the issues debated today, of course, will be central themes in Med 2026, and in the upcoming months leading to the conference, we at ISPI, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we will also organize a series of thematic initiatives and track-based discussions. And I would consider this workshop today very much as part of this intellectual journey in the run-up to our 2026 Med conference. Because Med, which has become a year-long initiative, along with a big conference we hold in autumn, it aims to be a space where European, Mediterranean, and of course global perspectives meet on an equal footing to shape the future reflection on the region and on our relations. So let me express my sincere thanks to the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and especially to the Policy Planning Unit. In absentia, I will also thank the Councillor De Martin, who had to leave us for Rome. I'd also like to warmly thank Dr. Caterina Ruggero, who has perfectly organized this workshop today. And of course, thanks to all of you. It has been a very, very interesting, enriching discussion today, and thanks for your openness and willingness to engage under Chatham House rule today. So I very much hope the conversation will continue later over our cocktail, and of course in our policy paper and future initiatives, including the Med 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.